Hello, welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you, each and everyone, for tuning in. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent viewers. Hope everyone, as usual, had a wonderful and productive week. Sorry, I'm looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. Really appreciate each of you for joining in. Okay, so welcome to those in the chat as well. Again, happy Friday. And guys, remember when you come in, thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you're new to the channel, please show some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated. And to everyone who recently joined, Mystic Sensation, welcome, welcome, welcome. To the new subscribers, thank you so much. Let me just
warm up this studio with some energy.
All right. Let me just play.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All the people them listen again, yeah. Calling our comrades in this moment, it's time to raise your hand. And may we continue to put in the work and improve Jamaica land. From 1938 we are lead the way and that never change. And today the strong foundation from way back when remains. We're moving forward, we not turn back. Building Jamaica, yes, block by block. The People's Party working non-stop. We put few country back on top. We're moving forward, we not turn back. Building Jamaica, yes, block by block. The People's Party working non-stop. We put few country back on top. Cause PNP strong. Yes, we're strong. PNP strong. PNP strong. So come we make Jamaica strong. Cause BNP strong. So come we make Jamaica better. For the people, after all we are the People's Party. From way back when in the days of Norman and Michael Manley. And then PJ take over and pass it to Sister P. And then she pass it to Peter P. No more gold in the box. BNP at top of the class.
Roll call, jump away, roll call, jump away. There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother and sister, roll call. Good morning. And good night, wherever you are.
Again, welcome everyone in the chat. And before I go into the general welcome for those in the chat, somebody who is one of our supporters, he met in an accident during the week, and just want to say that hope he got a speedy recovery. And Tiffany, we're praying for him, and we're also praying for you, and just keep the faith. God is the great physician. Just keep the faith.
All right. My prayers goes out to you as well, Tiffany.
Okay, so hoping for a speedy recovery for Sniper. So sorry for that ordeal, and hoping for a speedy recovery. And also want to say thank you to persons who I had an initiative, recently where I was sponsoring some textbook for somebody who needed them. And I just want to say thank you to the two persons who contributed. I was able to send 300 Canadian dollars towards buying those books. So you know yourself. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. So let me just welcome those in the chat. Truck Life, welcome, happy Friday. Miss Monica, welcome, happy Friday. Tiffany, keep the faith, happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Miss Yvonne, welcome, welcome, happy Friday. She's saying good night to you both and each and everyone in Jesus' name. Thank you so much, Miss Yvonne, and same to you. Farron, welcome. Happy Friday, RJ. Happy Friday, Delroy. Happy Saturday to you over there in the UK. Pamela, welcome, welcome. Saying good night, lovely people. Thank you so much. Straight up, good evening. Happy Friday, Debbie. Happy Friday, Patricia. Welcome, JD. Straight up again. Can you imagine how desperately JLPs that then and their cronies would put out potion? Okay, Anif, welcome. Happy Friday, Janet. Happy Friday, UL. Semidea family.
All right.
All right, thank you. Uriel, happy Friday. Thank you. Danette, welcome. Arthur, welcome. Helen, welcome. Tyrone, Leroy, Rosa, welcome. Happy Friday. I'm not going to delay any further. I'm just going to hand over to Byron. The topic for tonight is Jamaicans under political bondage. Babsy on edge. And as you can see, we're going to have two guests tonight. Dr. John Lennon and Mr. Big Stone. They will be joining us later on in the studio. AMG Fast, welcome. Arthur, welcome. Welcome. Carl, welcome. Stanford, welcome. Send blessings abundant. Okay, Baron, over to you. I'm just going to do some housekeeping in the meanwhile.
All right. First and foremost, let me once again say thanks to all the subscribers, in extension, all the audiences who tune in tonight. Tonight is going to be an amazing night. We have two powerful visionaries that will be joined us right on our platform tonight, right? Humanitarians, and it's a pleasure, right, to have those two gentlemen, right, with enormous wisdom, knowledge and understanding of political and philosophical systems, and they will, of course, furnish us with their wealth of experience. We know that Dr. John Lennon, right, is no stranger to us because he had visited us roughly 2 weeks ago, and of course, he will be here again tonight. But again, in our midst tonight, we'll be having Claude Sinclair, aka Big Stone, right? A man of wide knowledge, an ambassador for peace, of course, a humanitarian, a musician with lyrical, strong, potent, conscious lyrics, right? And of course, a pioneer for the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, right? And in extension, a strength of democratic socialism. So we will have the privilege, right, of a wealth of information tonight. Now, let me start by, running through the program tonight because I'm really eagerly anticipating them to be on the platform. So I want to start as it relates to situations that happened during the course of this week. We have seen the political machines are sharpening the gears because, of course, we're going to have the local government election. I think that's next February, right? And the general election is pending. So, of course, we have seen all the rhetorics, the political rhetorics coming out. Now, of course, in the midst of that, we have things to be unfolded and what we are going to be near, sometime next week. We're supposed to be getting the information as it relates to the 6 members of parliament, who, as it relates to illicit wealth. And so then, of course, some of what we are seeing, are diversions. And of course, we have seen the Jamaica Labour Party resorting to their old school tactics. So we are going to give you history as it relates to what you are seeing, as it relates to that old school tactics, how that tactics was designed and how it has been utilized, right, by past leaders of the Jamaica Labour Party. And from in conception, right, Sir Alexander Bustamante would utilize, right, those tactics as it relates to, I call it alternative truth. Some people call it propaganda, some people call it lies, whatever you want to call it, right? But I prefer to say alternative truth, right? To get around as it relates to achieving their objective. We have seen it used, right, in the early 70s, late 70s, early 80s, right, as it relates to that alternative truth or propaganda that was used against the People's National Party as it relates to Michael Manley going communist. Now you know how we work on this platform. We speak and we make reference to solid evidence, and evidence as it relates to, of course, mainstream media, right? That also, I mean, where people go and get, their news spread and so forth, right? We will reference that arg, right, to prove my data. Now we have seen, and we are glad again to have Big Stone here, right, to clarify a particular perception in terms of a particular skip that he had done. And we have seen where that has been taken by might be persons who want to conveniently, right, shift his narrative, right, from what he actually meant. But Yuka, Alan, peace and blessing to you.
No, sorry, can I call now before somebody wants to call?
Okay. All right. We'll be taking call later because we are just hurrying up to go through our program. But yes, we are going to have a calling session. So we are just holding back the calls for now and just speeding up the program a bit. So we will get to that situation, right, where we start to process persons calling in, right? And we have seen that, Big Stone had done a skit, and it was, I would say, blown out of proportion, right? And where, might be, persons want to put their narrative to it and make it seems like, is, highlighting, right, our conditions as it relates to colonial era. But of course, right, we know what he had meant because it was very clear in terms of what the skit process, but he's here and he will be explaining all of that, right, where that is concerned. Now, as we spoke about how the Jamaica Labour Party, from the inconception of the Jamaica Labour Party, right, weaponized itself with alternative truth, right, or propaganda. Now, I am going to go to the first evidence, right, bringing up a document, and I'll be reading that document so you can see, right, that, of course, these are the weapons that the Jamaica Labour Party normally use. History goes to show you that they normally use it, right? And of course, this coming election, we are in an election season, of course, they are going to use it again, right? We have seen Cliff Hughes stated as it relates to, right, persons, he's been attacked and so forth. And we are going to go through all of that and make you understand. So let me just put the first information up because we are just going through in a speedily manner. All right, so the first information we are going to read and show you, right, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party, right, eiling their machine as it relates to alternative facts. All right. So the first information that we will read together, I will share the document up on the screen for you to see it all, and we all read it. So let's move with that. Okay. Yes. Okay, so here's the document. Put it up, the old school shop.
Okay.
All
Again,
right.
welcome, guys. Happy Friday. Let me just bring it up here.
Yeah.
Let me see. It should be already fonted. Let me just see how it looks.
All right.
It's big enough for them to
yes.
to see it there.
The reason for me to be showing this document, right, is for people, right, particularly this juncture, who will have to make a decision as it relates to, right, voting, right, as it relates to nation building, and why we are not to be distracted, right, as it relates to certain propaganda, because the history is here. And let us read. Let me show you where I'm referencing this from. The old school trap Prime Minister Onus fell into on Manley, right? Horace Bartolo, August 3rd, 2020, right? So let us begin. Race, not communism, behind CIA's destabilization of 1970s Jamaica declassified US documents show Prime Minister Andrew Onus unwittingly fell into an old trap when he recently blamed the Michael Manley administration's misadventure for wasting Jamaica post-independence gains made by Jamaica Labour Party. JLP administration of the 1960s. The Prime Minister regurgitated an old but effective propaganda. I want you to listen and hear that keenly. Let me rephrase that. The Prime Minister regurgitated an old but effective propaganda that was manufactured by the US State Department and the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in their extensive and sophisticated covert destabilization campaign that successfully drove Manley's government from power in the 1980s. Since the 1970s, this propaganda has led to the construction of a false narrative of our history that depicts the JLP as the party that saved free market capitalism and the Jamaican people from the bondage of communism ideologies, according to the Prime Minister, that were foreign to us and did not serve us well. But this propaganda has warped our history and has hidden the truth from generations of Jamaicans who were born after the tumultuous years of the 1970s. It is time that they and others know the truth about how US covert intervention, aided and abetted by the JLP and other prominent local actors in Jamaica, violated the country's independence as a sovereign nation. While this concocted propaganda of the 1970s is still being regurgitated in 2020 to blame all of Jamaica's problems on Manley, it was also the policy of the US State Department, as instructed by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, to deny the very existence of the CIA's covert operations in Jamaica and the larger Caribbean. This propaganda, which was effective in discrediting the Manley government during the 1970s, is now being reactivated by Onus in 2020, accusing Manley of working with Cuban and Soviet communists to take over Jamaica. This is so-called misadventure and foreign ideologies that the Prime Minister is alluding to. It is now time to purge this false narrative from our national consciousness. CIA, FBI, and NSC document on Jamaica. So what is the truth about what happened to Jamaica in the 1970s? The truth emerges from a mountain of empirical evidence made possibly by the recent classification of documents from the US State Department, the CIA, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, the Kissinger Papers, memoranda of the National Security Council, declassified documents from the former Soviet Union, as well as months of interviews with a former member of US President Jimmy Carter, foreign policy establishment, and former members of Manley's government, many of whom were unaware of the various maneuvers of the CIA covert operation against Manley's government. The CIA covert operation, which started in 1975 under Secretary Kissinger, was continued and expanded by Big New Brzezinski, President Carter Assistant for National Security Affairs. Of the many declassified documents that chronicle the sophistication and the various tools and actors in the CIA's covert operation against Manley's government, one document dated July 21, 1980, from the NSC staff member Robert Pastor to Brzezinski, summarized all the CIA's conspirators in Jamaica who work to put an end to the Manley's government. Pastor described the CIA covert campaign to include financing the following actors: areas in media, funding the opposition JLP, assist the JLP in providing strategic guidance to the leader, funding the Jamaican military and police, and publicly condemning Manley's ties to the Cubans and the Soviet through an international network of covert assets, race, class, destabilization of Black Jamaicans. Holness also asserts that Manley administration, in his words, had a flirtation with ideologies, communism, that were foreign to us and did not serve us well. This begs the question, was Manley a communist? And were the Americans really fearful of the spread of communism in Jamaica and the Caribbean? Or was this another falsehood? In their assessment of the spread of communism in the Caribbean and Jamaica, in particular, the State Department solicited a political profile of Prime Minister Manley from British intelligence, who referred to Manley as a leader who is neither a Marxist nor a revolutionary. The CIA own internal assessment of Cuban influence in the Caribbean stated in the Caribbean basin, Cuba has faced greater obstacles and met with less success than in South America. For instance, in the English-speaking Caribbean, Cuban influence was never strong. Anti-Cuban attitudes prevailed throughout much of the basin. Declassified documents from the archives of the former Soviet Union also show that the Soviets had no interest in cultivating ideological or political military ties with Manley, to use him as a communist surrogate against American interests in the Caribbean. Nor did they have much interest in cultivating meaningful ideology and political relationships with Trevor Monroe Workers' Party of Jamaica. The State Department Bureau of Intelligence and Research, in its own internal assessment of Soviet influence over Manley's government, concluded that Manley's defeat in Jamaica came as no surprise to the Soviet, as it was they did not want to underwrite a regime which, however friendly, had been unable to attract enough economic assistance from non-communist sources to sustain itself. The Soviet had made clear that they would not take on the Jamaican burden. The allegation that Manley was a communist and that Jamaica embraced communism was undiluted US State Department and CIA propaganda manufactured for Jamaican consumption, and after 40 years, reactivated by Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Let us take this document away. All right.
Okay.
So what I just shaped for you, right, is to tell you as it relates to the weapon relating to Jamaica Labour Party. The two most deadliest weapons in the arsenal of the Jamaica Labour Party is propaganda and distraction. Now, when we speak, and as we see there, as it relates to democratic socialism, right, that formulated by, of course, Norman Manley, strengthened by his son, Michael Manley, was a win-win situation for Jamaica. But that philosophy that geared towards helping us creating economic stability, creating and building a better nation for us. We see the weaponization of the Jamaica Labour Party under Edward Philip George Siaga, propagandize and destroy democratic socialism. So we understand that, of course, Andrew Holness, who is, of course, a Class A student of Edward Philip George Siaga, is now exercising those same tactics. We have seen, of course, media, right? And we're not going to do any name calling over here. But we see particular media that came out, source lies and defame person's character. And I'm going to point out that as it relates to such information, right? And so then when we look on these efforts, not to play fair in the politics, but when Jamaica Labour Party realize, and the issue goes to show, whenever they are on the losing end, for them, it's by any means necessary to take down their political opponent. And we have seen that through that process, many Jamaicans had lost their lives. Now, let me go and show you in clear details. Now, ever since the Andrew Holness-led government, we have seen series of mismanagement and series where we have situations where our treasury being pilfered. We have seen the SFL. But I am going to show you something that is SFL-like, having the similar patterns of SSL. And when you look as it relates to the time that this situation occurred, right? This situation occurred from 2011, right? Begun under the administration of Andrew Holness while he was ruling at the time in 2011. Whenever we speak on this platform, we normally display our source of information because we don't believe in alternative truth. We speak truth to term when it comes to this particular platform, giving you the source of information. So we are going to go to the Loop News and show you. And let me make a reference back to Big Stone as it relates to poor governance and what it feels like as it relates to the level of suppression. And Big Stone was trying to explain that into a skit that contained few minutes. But we have seen that the political machinery conveniently twist and turn it and put their narrative to that. But we know that is going to be explained by, of course, Big Stone when he stepped on the platform. So
He's at work. He just wants to call in. He just got a break.
okay, all right. Someone is begging to call in. So let me just take this call from this person. I apologize to just break because this person said he urgently want to speak.
At work and just got a break. So
And
let's
okay.
just,
So let me just allow this person
okay,
to
so you
speak.
can call. Let me
Okay,
just-
so yeah, so please call. This person calling.
Okay, so you can call in. You can call in now on the WhatsApp number. Welcome, welcome, Serene. Happy
Okay.
Friday. Welcome to everyone. JD saying into our 3 generations, China will take over Jamaica. Okay.
All right. So caller, you can call. You can
Please
call in.
call in. Person is calling. Let me just put
Okay.
it on speaker. Hello, good night.
How are you guys? You guys good?
Good.
Yes, we are good. Thank you for calling.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful, man. I just want to call because I love my country. I'm over here in the U.S., Colorado to be exact. And I just want to call because I don't like the direction where my country is heading. You know what I mean? And it's sad that as a young man I have to flee for opportunities. You know what I mean? And I just want to express something. It's not a PNP nor JLP thing. It's a people thing, and both parties are bought and paid for by the upper echelons of society. And the reason why I said that is because as a 17-year-old young man growing up in Jamaica, I started working at the Chinese supermarket where, I was under heavy scrutiny by these Chinese. I was heavily disrespected, me and my peers as Jamaican. And that led me to want to be a politician. And I came here in America, and the same history you're talking about Manley. I've learned that, the CIA sent Siaga down there to arm the people and with guns. That gave the birth to the Showa Posse as we know it today. Saying,
Yes, go ahead.
The reality is the owner of the SSL and Bootstewart and all of them bought the both parties. You see, over here, so you have this entity called the Rothschild. The Rothschild, they fund both sides of the war. They don't care who wins, but they know that they profit at the end. And that's what we're dealing with in Jamaica. It's not a PNP. The best prime minister, I am 35 years old. And I mean, when I born in Gilbert. So may I say, and the best prime minister I see that ever walked on Jamaican shore is Manley. No other man was for the people than Manley. You know what I mean? So if we're going to take out the current one, the other one's supposed to have the people's interest, because the other one is saying the same thing Andrew was saying 2015 going into 2016. You know what I memean? If there's no prosperity, then they need to dismantle the whole thing and come up with brilliant minds, because we're in technology these days. The people, we as tourists that go back to our country is going to be looked upon as prey. We are going to be the target.
Oh, all right. Yes, caller. I heard what you are saying, and trust me, you are, right on par where, that is concerned. And that is one of the reasons why we are here, right, to educate people as it relates to democratic socialism, right, and try to understand what capitalism is all about. And I'm really glad that you have called and spoken about this. All right, so we are going to take everything that you have said in consideration, and that's why we are here, as I said, you know, to making sure that we are culturing this generation to, you know, have a sense of purpose, to understand the political history, right, and definitely move as it relates to nation building. So,
Well, now, but that, in all honesty, has gone out the window because both parties is the buy mentality. You know, is who have the most money. You know, you see me I say. So if Andrew put $20,000 in a bag and say vote for me, and the next party I put 15, who are gonna get the most vote? That's where it's gone. You know.
all right, all right.
They cuss and talk about that, but who
All
are
right.
the biggest dogs?
All right, Carla, yes, I love your input, but I have to cap you here because we have a lot of the program is loaded, and you know we are thankful for the contribution. Let me say that, right? So, all right, thank you very
You
much.
can call in another time.
All right, and thank you for being a part of us.
Anytime, man.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Of course, John Lennon, how are you doing, sir? All right. So we know that we are anticipating you, but we want you to stay on with us, John Lennon. Listen, right? Because of course, Big Stone will be joining us very soon as well, right? But we are here, discussing, right? But of course, we are going to break down in terms of, calling upon you and of course Big Stone as it relates to me finishing this. So let me just quickly go through this. All right, so I want to just for my ardent listeners go through something, another SSL for you, and let you understand what is happening here. Right now, let us go to a situation as it relates to in-sport. And let me show you a huge corruption that had carried out, right? No one is speaking about it. So let me open the can of worms where this corruption is concerned.
Okay. Again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just quickly go through this. More than 85 million gone missing at in-sports, right? The major organized crime and anti-corruption agency, MOCA, is now investigating financial irregularities running into millions of dollars at the Institute of Sports. The revelation was made on Thursday evening by the Minister of Sports, Olivia Babsy. By the way, let me just go back to the date where people can understand the date. This is March 2, 2018, right? My apology for that. Grange, who was speaking during a sitting of Parliament Standing Finance Committee, was answering questions from former Minister of Sports, Natalie Nita Edley. The former minister asked whether funds provided to in-sports by members of Parliament from their Constituency Development Fund, CDF, from which no benefits were derived, would be granted a refund, as according to Nita Edley, those funds cannot be accounted for. Nita Edley also inquired about the status of the pension fund at InSport, to which Grange responded with a bombshell assertion of reported past mismanagement of the agency that has long been dogged by administrative and financial controversy. In responding to Nita Edley, Grange said InSports was allocated an increase in funding in 2018 to 2019, estimates of expenditure. However, she said the increased amount did not take into account reimbursement of CDF funds. At the point, Nita Edley sought to ask another question, but was told by the minister, please allow me, let me finish. Grange continued with a statement that there are matters here that border on criminality, which resulted in pregnant pause in the chamber, which was only broken by the restraint, oohing and ahhing of some House members before Grange quickly added our legality. She said when the new management took over at InSports in April 2017, it found that the CDF account based on the ledger balance should have been at 3 million. Grange said when contacted the CDF office indicated that for 2015 to 2016 and 2016 to 2017 financial year, approximately 15.1 million was sent to InSports by members of parliament. But while the ledger balance at April 2017 indicated that there should have been 3 million in the account, what was found in actual funds in the account was only 200,000. Mocha is currently investigating the matter, said Grange. In relation to the pension fund, the minister said she was written to by the Financial Service Commission that they regulate pension schemes, which indicated that it had concerns that pension payments were being collected from staff but were not being paid over to the administrator of the pension fund. Currently, we are looking at $44 million in contributions not paid over and 41 million in interest, Grange said. We are talking about a total of 85 million that is outstanding, was not paid over by those who were managing the Institute of Sports at the time. Now, people, let me show you how the corruption swindled here.
Take it away.
Yes, take that document away, people. When we're talking about good governance, and when we look and see the ripple effect of this particular government, right, being, how should I put it? You know, just absolutely careless as it relates to checks and balance, right, where accountability is concerned. Treasury, millions of dollars being pilfered from our treasury under this present government. Now, the situation is that when it happened, we have heard Andrew Holness while he was campaigning that when you have corruption and if any corruption that has been identified under his government, right, he doesn't only speak about it, but he follow up and make the necessary discipline. We have seen how totally different an Andrew Holness is today as it relates to checks and balance. We have seen the muzzling of the Integrity Commission, and we have seen where so many situations have been done where that is concerned. Now, I am not going to be holding out any longer in terms of going through this program, because of course I want to also get on John Lennon, thank you for being on the panel, right? And
good evening.
So asking Mr. Claude Sinclair, right, Big Stone, to step up on the panel. Tonight we want to have a fiery and healthy discussion. John, I know very well, you know, that you are coming with the economic viability. You want to hear that as it relates to, right, renewable energy. But for this week, do we have Big Stone in studio?
Not yet.
All right. See if give him a call. See if
Can I make a comment, Byron?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just talking about this. Was it 85 million you were talking about at the Institute of Sport or whatever has gone missing? 85 million.
Let me correct that. I didn't read out the entire document. It is not 85 million. Further investigation revealed that it was $222 million that was missing. I can bring up that document and show you, but I was to the fact that I want to fast patch through the program, right? I cut that, but I have that document. So overall,
right. 1.5 million US then. It's about 1.5 million US.
Exactly.
Well, what's bizarre about it is that I sent you a document about the debt, not the document, but I sent you something about the debt, remember? And
yes.
What I find very funny about, well, I'll say funny about everything, is these figures sound big because they're in Jamaican dollars. This isn't money. If you look at the debt, we're talking money.
Yes.
We're using in the region of 160 million US every month to repay a debt that isn't going down. Now that is news. That is news. The money that you just talk about is nothing. That's chicken feed. No, but I've got no interest in hearing about SSL or what you just said about that money at the Sports Institute, because that's the information that reaches the people. Where the real information they should get, they never get it. How can we have a debt that is not going down? We're told all the time it's going down. If you go and look at the facts, they're there. In 2013, the debt was just under 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. And right now, it sits at 2.2 trillion. And we spent over 20 billion US in 11 years, just over 10 years, sorry. Over 20 billion US. Gone like a fart in the wind. All that money. That's why we don't have roads, we don't have schools, we don't have markets, we don't have anything. These are the things we need to be talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But the so-called journalists in Jamaica, they bring up this nonsense for us, for people to get angry about. This isn't news, Byron. This really isn't news. Our debt is news. Our energy crisis is news. Them destroying the country with their bauxite mining, that's news. These are the things we need to solve. When we solve those, we can easily solve the other issues that we have. Sorry, I've got a... my voice is breaking.
It'll be worse. Take your time, take your time.
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, I've had a cold all week. So, yeah, we have serious issues here where there's total mismanagement of the people's money, and the people are clueless about it. Clueless. Because as I've said that I've asked Malka to investigate, the Integrity Commission, the Office of the Public Defender, and the Auditor General. And they're not looking into anything. We're in a serious hole in this country, Byron, a serious hole. Not just by the JLP. The JLP are making it worse, but the PNP, both of the parties are to blame.
Well, and that is one of the reasons why, we also have you on the program as it relates to certain ideas, because I, after, wanted to explore your ideas as it relates to renewable energy. But John, the political pushback that we are going to get, because you were mentioning that, okay, we could start it out as it relates to try and see how much of the diaspora can involve with this idea in going to go renewable energy. But John, I'm asking the question because even if we have the diaspora, right? We have a large number of diaspora said, okay, yes, renewable energy is the way to go because that can win us from energy independence. My question, John, how does it work as it relates to the political barriers that we have to climb? Because We can't just come in, right, in Jamaica as it relates to, okay, all right, just doing renewable energy. We're going to have some form of legal tangling with the law. Hence, the political interest has to involve John. And I'm saying to you, how are we going to be able to do this without not having the political influence involved?
Well, there's 100% certain way we can do it. And that is if we, the people, write a new constitution. If we write the constitution, remember the constitution is the law of the land. It supersedes all. Now, if we write the constitution, Byron, it's finished. Everything that we need will be in the constitution. But we wouldn't be having all these debates about corruption or anything like that. Because one of the first things that will be in the constitution, what I would put, and I'd like to see the comments that come through about this, is that in the constitution, I would write in it that all senior civil servants and parliamentarians, they'll all have to be audited and vetted. So if that is done, that is the only way that these people can get into any kind of power. If they're found to be corrupt, they won't get into power. It's impossible. That's what we'd have in the constitution. And not only that, we'd also put in the constitution that the present and past parliamentarians and senior civil servants, they will be properly audited, properly audited. And anyhow they're found out to be corrupt, they will face the consequences, and that will be written into the constitution. They won't be able to say, oh, I'll get a lawyer, because it'll be pointless, because it's going to be written in the constitution. The door is open now for the people now to stand up and say, look, the JLP and the PMP, they are right in the constitution. My opinion, they've written it already. They've written it already. The CRC is just a smoke screen. We know that that has no standing whatsoever, because we saw that with the DPP, didn't we? Behind their back, they just extended a pensionable age or whatever it was. Yeah, they extended her stay for another 2 or 3 years, didn't they? Without even asking the CRC. So we know that they're defunct. They're pointless. They're irrelevant. So all this chatter that's going on with them, it's not going to achieve anything, because the JLP and PMP have made up their mind exactly what's in the constitution. And what they're doing at the moment is bickering over small bits of it now. So probably I heard Golding talking about the president. How will we elect the president? So these are little things that they're talking about behind our backs. They're going to bring in a constitution, Byron, that will not benefit me, you, or anybody in Jamaica. Only the 0.001%, i.e. themselves. They'll empower themselves. Nothing will change. In my constitution, a constitution for the people, we would protect our resources. Our renewables would be an automatic thing. It'd be automatically in the constitution. We wouldn't be having private investors putting in solar panels in our schools and making money when that money could be staying in education. That's nonsense. We wouldn't have that. We wouldn't have people stealing our bauxite. We wouldn't have that. That would be all in the constitution. And if the people realize that and thinking, hang on, why don't we go down this route of demanding, or we write the constitution? Because remember, we're the majority. There's only a handful of these people versus the rest of us. 3 million of us against a handful of people. And yet somehow we can't do anything. This is a nonsense.
So basically you are saying that the people have to galvanize and demand that the constitution need to be written by the people, right?
Yeah.
As it relates to, a joint political system between PNP and GLP, right? Selecting persons to write the constitution, right? John, we have seen, I want to ask something, John, based on, what you're saying. What are the 3 primary concerns you have pertaining to how the government is running the country? What are the three primary concerns that you have?
And repeat that. Oops, sorry.
Yes, I am asking you, what are the three primary concerns that you have right now as it relates to how the government is running the country? What concern you? What are the three primary things that concern you?
Wow. It's everything, Byron. They're not doing anything good, are they, really?
Top three primary things.
Okay, then, renewable energy. We need to, we must transform the economy. We have to transform the economy. That's the only way the country can grow. No other way. We have to transform the economy. The only way we can transform it is by using renewable energy, because renewable energy will, when it comes to manufacturing, say there's two major inputs in manufacturing, your energy bill and your labor. Labor in Jamaica is, we'll say cheap, call it cheap, and then we'll have free energy, won't we? So immediately, manufacturing is now incredibly viable, incredibly viable, incredibly viable. You'll be talking about other countries now looking and thinking, you know what, why don't we actually move? We can actually move our jobs to countries like Jamaica. So that's the first thing. If we do that, we're going to have more money, aren't we? People are spending more, we're going to have a bigger economy, more GCT comes in. Crime will go down, because crime's a major issue. So just by this is going to beat back crime, because people are going to be working. We're going to have better education, because we're going to have more money in education. We're going to take all our schools and all our state infrastructure off the grid. So there's more money in education. Country cannot grow without a foundation on education. So that's the second point I'm bringing up then.
Exactly.
We have to have education, because we don't have education. Full stop. We don't have education. We don't have it. And third, okay, and bringing in better education, again, that's going to, you're going to have over time, crime will come down. You're going to have less boys turn into crime. You know crime's going to come down. 100% it's going to come down. It's not going to come down overnight, but you will see it coming down all the time. When it's coming down, you've got to remember when crime's coming down, that means your hospitals are going to be freer as well, because you ain't going to have all these gunshot victims and all the rest of it. So you're going to have more money. You're going to have your money in the health system, staying and doing what it should be doing. The police are going to be able to do proper police work. They'll be able to be on the street instead of all the time having to go out to crime scenes. So you see, we impacted it. All is trickled down by just doing this one big thing. Well, it's a small thing, really, just this state investment in renewables. It comes down and it impacts everything we have, And the third thing, that was, I've got crime in there.
One more, John.
Protecting our environment for me.
Okay.
We have to protect our environment. I am very environmental, but when you're environmental, it's pointless. You must have the people behind you. You must do. So if you tell them or ask them or show them that, look, by doing these things better,
yes,
we can make the country better. And at the same time, we're going to improve the environment. Our farming methods have destroyed our wildlife. When I was a child, I came to Jamaica in 1978, and there were birds everywhere. You see hummingbirds, loads of hummingbirds all the time, fireflies at night, bullfrogs at night. The noise at night was incredible. All disappeared. I go to Thompson Town, not one firefly. Last time I was there, I saw one hummingbird.
Yeah.
No, hardly any moths and butterflies. No, hardly any lizards anymore. We see lizards like that, big green lizards in the tree. I haven't seen one. I've been back in the country 10 years. I've not seen one green lizard. Ground lizards have gone. All of these things have been wiped out by bad practice where we don't have governance. So that we're farming in a non-sustainable way. The little manufacturing we have is done in a non-sustainable way. You have factories poisoning the environment, letting out their effluent into our rivers.
Yeah,
So
we can do some water.
the myriad of things we can change.
I don't want you to damage your vocal cords. See if we can drink some water. Right?
Yeah. Bear with me. Let me get some water.
Yeah, exactly. Drink some water, dear. So my audience listener, what John is actually saying, because this is how the government is operating now. The government is operating the economy as it relates to a service industry, and where the service industry economy, right, cannot sufficiently and efficiently pay our debt per GDP ratio. It can't.
No, I can't.
And if we can't, and the thing what John is saying, we can't continue, Jamaican people, to tax ourselves out of debt. It will never happen. So we have to be innovative as it relates to manufacturing, right? And that is the way, right, that when we export more than all we import, that is the way that we will be helped to reducing our debt. So I want people to understand what John is saying as it relates to what that seems to be very much current, that we are operating a service industry. We are not seeing the politicians with the sharp mind being the innovators that they ought to be creative, having the long-term plan, John, right, to effect growth in the country. And, coupled with that, we have seen the level of corruption. So, John, let me ask you this, because I want for Jamaica, right, to understand where we are going. We have seen, of course, our beaches, right, being sold out, right, to private sectors and politician friends. We have seen a lot of Chinese investment and so forth, right? And we have seen that it appears as if, I am using my words correctly here, John, that it appears as if Jamaicans are appearing to be second-class citizens into their own country. So let me ask you, do you believe that there is a threat on our sovereignty? And if it is yes, explain what.
A threat to our sovereignty. Now explain why there'd be a threat. I don't understand how you say there's a threat.
Let me extend that for you. Now, when it comes to people, there's a lot of Jamaica, right? Because I've heard it. There's a lot of Jamaicans saying that, Chinese are taking over this, taking over that, right? They are not getting, right, certain land space that they need to get their beaches. They are losing their beaches. And it seems like we have no rights. And so then in doing that, our rights, our fundamental rights, our constitutional rights are slowly evading. So by our constitutional rights slowly evading, then I'm asking you if you believe that there's a threat as it relates to our sovereignty.
That's right. Well, the threat is that we are being sold out without a shadow. I don't know if I'd call it our sovereignty, but we are being sold out. Possibly it is, because we're tied, aren't we? We're inextricably linked to the IMF, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank, sorry. No matter what we do, we're beholden to them. We can't do anything without having to ask their permission. So yeah, so if you're going to say our sovereignty, then we haven't got any. We don't have any sovereignty when it comes to handling our money. We don't have any. Right now we have nearly 4.2 billion US sitting in the reserves because the IMF says it's a good idea. Now, between me and you and your audience, now which one's better? Troy High School, on the border of Trelawney and Manchester. There's a bridge there that got washed away 2.5 years ago. It's still not building out right to this day. Huh?
Exactly.
And you're going to tell me which is better? Which is better? You keep on saving money and building reserves, or you're going to spend 2 or 3 million. Yeah, 2 or 3 million. So I'm talking about 0.1%, 0.1% I'm talking about, not even 0.1% of the reserves to build a bridge for the people so they can, instead of them taking half an hour to go about the business, it's taking them all half a day to do it, costing them, instead of it costing them $100, it's costing them $1,000. Children can't go to school, teachers can't get to the school. So there's no education in this school now, there's none.
Exactly. So,
yeah. So if you say sovereignty, then we don't have any because say the IMF has just destroyed everything.
Yes. So on the point of poor policies from the government and the lack of innovation, right, from our government, because we the people, right, who elect our government, right, we elect a government so that they can be innovative, so that they can utilize policies, right, to drive and build a country forward. Since we are on that, John, I want to share with the people, right, what you have sent me earlier as it relates to how other countries are making the use of garbage. I want Jamaica to see this, right? Because you know you have furnished me with those information, and I want the Jamaican people to see. It seems as if our politicians are brain dead. So, people, I wanted to show you, right, where I think it is quite easy, where creative government who has that level of innovation, right, find ways and means to drive their economy. So my people, stand by. Let me show you, share a video with you and let you see what other country. And, you know, I am so disappointed that none, it seems like our politicians just lack the sort of innovative skills. But let us play that video and show it to our ardent listeners so that they can see the level of innovation.
Okay, all right. Let me just pull up. Let me just drop the link one more time. So that's the link to the Backside petition. I've dropped it a couple times in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Anyone who wants to support the Backside petition that John has initiated, that's the link. And it's also pinned in the description box.
Okay.
All right, let me just go ahead and hold on. On YouTube, 1 second, guys.
All right, it's coming up, guys. Just bear patient with us.
1 sec. Let's see if it's over in this.
Yeah, you did put it in overlay.
Okay, 1 sec. Let me just get it from the.
So, people, I want you to look as it relates to, you know, information that Mr. Lennon shared with us, and I want you to see that as well.
And the WEF video as well, Byron. The one about the schools. Remember that one?
Yes.
That's not it now. Hold on. Just continue talking. Let me find it.
Okay. So we are actually searching for that video.
I did send a link again, didn't I? I think I did send you a link with everything.
You did, but
for some reason I am not.
Okay.
This yeah, because we tried to organize, but we did have some difficulty, right? We're going to get the clip.
Rena said here that our politicians aren't brain dead. Where is it again? Where is she? Our politicians aren't brain dead. They're corrupt and oppressors.
Sorry, go ahead, John.
Yeah, one of the comments from a lady named Rena said, our politicians aren't brain dead; they're just corrupt and oppressors. And I agree. They're puppets. They're puppets. That's what they are. They're puppets. I think some of them are clever. Some are dunce, but some are clever, and they can do a lot better. But they just honestly, simply do not care. They only care about themselves, friends, and family, and they're very happy to just maintain the status quo and keep our people poor and keep because Jamaica is getting poorer. It doesn't matter what Holness wants to say about prosperity. You go out on the street, I don't see prosperity, and I live here. You should see the market. I sent you videos of the market, I think. And when it rains, it's a quagmire.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just share that video.
Folding you, making your thing happen. Really going.
10 tons of food goes unsold every day at this market. But instead of going to a landfill, it's turned into electricity that will power streetlights, buildings, and a kitchen that preps meals for 800 people. This is called biogas. It's plentiful, it's low tech, and experts say it burns cleaner than any fossil fuel. So why can't we make energy from the 1.3 billion tons of food that gets thrown out every year? We visited the Bonpali market in Hyderabad, India to find out. The first step is to chop up larger vegetables and load them onto a conveyor belt. Some of the vegetables are spoiled. Others are thrown away because it costs farmers too much to transport them back home.
वो सड़ जाएगा, फायदा क्या भी नहीं है तरकारी में, उसके लिए वो भी बायोगैस प्लांट के लिए यूज कर ले रहा.
The conveyor belt carries the material to a shredder, which further breaks down the food into smaller, more uniform particles. In a single day, it handles the same amount of vegetables that 150 Indians eat in a year. A grinder crushes the mixture into pulp, which is pumped through underground tanks and into 2 digesters.
So anaerobic digesters basically have bacteria which operate in the absence of oxygen, or anaerobic bacteria, and they actually eat essentially the food waste that we are putting in there and give out methane and carbon dioxide.
Any organic materials emit these planet-warming gases as they decompose. But the massive amount of food waste makes landfills the 3rd largest source of human-caused methane emissions, just behind fossil fuels and agriculture. Burning biogas to make electricity is a way to harvest those gases before they enter the atmosphere. At Bonpali, the fuel can be stored locally in 4 huge balloons until it's ready to use.
And it goes all the way to the kitchen, which is about roughly 400-500 meters away from here.
It's enough power to run a canteen kitchen that serves roughly 800 meals per day. Aside from energy, the plant creates another valuable byproduct: fertilizer. Farmers who sell their wares at the market buy it back and spread it on the same fields where their vegetables grow.
By using this fertilizer, their soils are also getting better, their crop yields are better, and their crops are being sold at a higher cost because organic vegetables and all very costly nowadays, organic rice and all these things.
Dr. Rao, a scientist on the project, is already building 5 more plants around the city. And it isn't limited to vegetables. Biogas can be produced from any organic material, including animal and human feces. So if biogas can be locally sourced, cuts down on solid waste, and reduces emissions, why aren't we all doing this? Because in most countries, it's still cheaper to keep burning fossil fuels. In North America, biogas costs nearly 5 times more than natural gas.
Now, you can't compete with what you call gas in the United States if it's 20 cents a gallon.
This gap is smaller in places like Asia, where the difference in price is less than $2 per unit.
a lot of people, a lot of state governments who were thinking about setting up these projects have suddenly understood that yes, it's possible to do it. Yes, there are technologies which are indigenous, which are built in India that can work for them.
The world's biggest biogas plant was recently built in Denmark, and new facilities are being built elsewhere in Europe and Africa. An Israeli company sells a product to make biogas in your backyard. Biogas will never replace natural gas. There's just not enough waste to keep up with the demand for electricity. But it does something that natural gas can't. It helps reduce landfill waste. And it's a huge missed opportunity in the United States, which throws out between 30 and 40% of all food. Even the farmers who lose money when they can't sell their produce believe biogas is better than just throwing it away.
सड़ गया है तो माल बेच देना पड़ता, क्या करते नहीं बेचते, तुम डालते उसमें वेस्टेज में वो अच्छा काम कर रहा हो.
And the engineers on the Bowenpally project are hopeful that its success will inspire others.
So these projects have to happen, for us to make life more sustainable, not just for ourselves, but for, let's say, in 20 years or 10 years down the line, the scenario needs to be a little better.
All right. So, John, let me talk about this as it relates to that video clip and why some countries not pursuing as it relates to biogas. And so then it appears as if one of the reasons to the fact that electricity is extremely expensive, John, right? And so then when to have that biogas, to have those waste, garbage, process and all of that, the amount of electricity that it is going to cost, then it's going to be expensive. Now, this is where you come in terms of what you're saying, John. You are saying that then we could bypass the high cost of electricity if we go now renewable energy. Isn't that what you're saying?
Yeah, but remember, we're talking about solar and wind. So waste energy is one source. But my big thing about waste energy is that we dump all of our organic waste all over creation. That's the problem. And we can easily clear this up. And it's not just that waste, remember, it's your animal waste as well. So you've got your countryside farmers and they just dump all the feces onto the land, and that seeps into the land and seeps into the groundwater. So we're actually poisoning our country. We need to stop doing that. Exactly. And this is something that and it's not, you can see just looking at it, it's very, very low tech. You could have it in every market, every capital city of these, not capital, sorry. It's the capital of each parish. So Maypen, Montego Bay, Falmouth, all of them, those major markets, they could have a little facility like that. And the gas could be then, you don't have to convert it to electricity. You can use the gas and then compress it and use it as we have our propane and butane that we cook at home. So there's different things you can do with it. But the beauty of it is this, that it pays for itself. You make the investment and it pays for itself, that's right. And you're creating some work at the same time, and you're creating a better environment. And also the byproduct you just talked about, the best fertilizer you can get, the best fertilizer. So there you're stopping from importing a bit of your fertilizer. So that for a country like Jamaica, it's a must. In America, no, because they have natural gas. And they find it, well, it's not cheaper, but yeah, because of how their countries run, the fossil fuel companies run the country. So they're always going to have fossil fuels. But if we're talking about just about Jamaica, then it's something that we should have. And back in 2009, it was slated that we were going to have 2 waste energy plants. You know that? 2009, 14 years ago. Yeah. And it never happened. You have to ask why.
John,
A simple thing like this.
Yeah. So let me take you back to the backside, right? Because we have seen years upon years, right, as it relates to our backside, right? We are not able to convert alumina into aluminum. And so then the government's excuse for that is to say that the high cost of electricity, right, to have that conversion. But when you look at it, here we are today, right, that we are giving away our backside, right, for nothing, right? Our backside costs $0 in Jamaica. But when it goes beyond the shores of Jamaica, John, right, it is so expensive. The thing about this, John, which is so sad, because after it leaves our shores and converted into aluminum, whatever product the aluminum make, we are now buying it more expensive. So it seems like we are self-destructive with our natural resources. Now, I want to ask you, John, as it relates to the emphasis in going renewable energy, right? And the politics in the mix. Now, we have basically JPS running a monopoly. Would you say that? Basically. So then for us to just shift from under such monopoly, I don't know the specific agreement between the government and Jamaica, right? How long that monopoly is, how much years or whatever. But for us to go renewable energy, which renewable energy is the right way to go as it relates to win us from energy dependence, right? And which, in essence, will create many jobs. Isn't that not going to cause some political backlash, John?
But I said, Byron, that it's not a particular backlash. It's that the case that the country is run by the West, the IMF, World Bank, Development Bank. They control everything on the country. They control everything. When they signed up the IMF agreement, part of the IMF agreement, which, believe it or not, we the people are not privy to it. We're not supposed to see what they've written in the IMF. Can you believe that? It's like a secret document. So the government works for us, but we are not allowed to see what they're doing. We don't know what they signed. So we can only but speculate. But what we do know for a fact is that there is absolutely no investment in the country in the things we need. We need renewable energy. All our public infrastructure should have been off the grid. He said in 2012, Philip Powell came off the grid. In 2012, he came off the grid. He was Minister of Energy, and he came off the grid in 2012. It was reported in by the Gleaner and the Observer, the two biggest media houses. Reported. He said it will pay for itself in 5 years' time. The following year, 2014, as the Minister of Energy, he was at the inauguration of the biggest solar farm in the Caribbean, which was at the Grand Palladium Hotel in Lucy. He was there. They said that investment, 3.4 million US, would pay for itself in 4 years. 4 years. So it's gone from 5 years now to 4 years. Philip Powell was there. Yet in 2015, he has a big meeting with the World Bank, IDB, and they decide that we're going to move from Venezuelan oil to US liquid natural gas. Strange that, isn't it? They didn't say, let's go with solar and wind. No, we'll move from Venezuelan oil because we don't like Venezuela. The Americans don't like Venezuela. And instead we'll take their oil. I mean, we'll take their fossil fuel. You're talking about political backlash. What is the when that meeting was conducted, Byron? There is a procedure, and it's called you're supposed to develop what's called a integrated resource plan. Integrated resource plan tells you what your energy needs, what they are today, what they're going to be in the short term, and what they're going to be in the future. And you're supposed to look and think, okay, then we're building for the future. What should we do? And believe it or not, they haven't written an integration. It's called an IRP. There's no IRP for 2015 when they had that meeting. You know when the IRP was written in 2018.
Wow.
After they've spent over $1 billion US putting in the infrastructure for LNG, then they write the IRP. It's criminality and it's corrupt, but the heart of it again, it's not just our parliamentarians, it's the blasted World Bank. The World Bank, they have no accountability. Why can't they be taken to court? Why can't they explain to us why did they say that the best way forward is for us to have natural gas and not have solar, wind, and waste energy? They need to be held accountable. They need to be bloody held accountable, because not just our parliamentarians. There is this system in the world where us black people, we cannot own any renewables. Why? Because it will open up our economies. All of a sudden, we now will start processing. We won't be sending raw materials anymore. So the Belgians and they're not going to get no more chocolate beans anymore, because we're going to process them and make chocolates in our own bloody countries. And if they want it, then they'll pay a proper bloody price for it, just like what's happening this year. You heard about what happening in this year. They said to the French, you're not getting our uranium for nothing anymore, for 80 cents. You're going to pay the going rate of $200 a kilogram or whatever it is, 200 euros. That's the way forward. But unfortunately, say we have a system that keeps us down as black people. We have no value. Nothing that we produce in our country has value until it leaves our shores. Bauxite, zero, we get nothing for it. And we happily have these corrupt parliamentarians who instigate it, who help them. That's the problem.
So let me shape a word. Let me shape a word for you, John. What you're speaking about here is what you define as slavery in modernization.
Yeah.
And as it relates to we coming out of the colonial era, right? We have seen where the colonial principals utilizing their extended arm through neocolonialism, right? To ensure that we remain in poverty. Because that's exactly what you're saying, John. Right?
Yeah.
And that is one of the reasons why our politicians that we are selecting, right, has to be prudent, right? Has to have the vision of taking the nation, right, from out of the economic stagnation that it is in. Now, to be honest, I believe in, and I know you beg to differ as it relates to, my perception, where democratic socialism is for me, and as it relates to Mark Golden pushing that agenda of democratic.
Is he? Is he? Are you really? Mark Golden's pushing what?
All right. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you, because I know that this seems like it upsets you, John. But
no, it doesn't upset me. I'm just wondering. It's not upsetting me. Yeah, Anne-Marie's laughing, but I'm not upset.
Right. Let me say this to you, John. Right, because we know what Mike and Manley. We know what Mike and Manley was about. Democratic socialism and economy that's supposed to, right, work for the people and the people work for the economy. And we're, of course, wealth distributed equally across the length and breadth of the Jamaican people, right? And on that philosophy, right? Let us look on checks and balance. Let us look on checks and balance. We have seen Mark Golding, right, looking at a system of corruption and admitted it. Mark Golding, looking at a system of corruption and admitting it and finding ways and means, right, in having that dialogue across the aisle and wanted to enact in law what we call an impeachment act, right? And to me, in terms of that effort, that Mark Golding had drafted the bill, but was stepped down by Andrew Holness, right? Wouldn't you say that is some effort in terms of checks and balance, John? I'm just asking.
All right. I'm going to ask you a question. And Anne-Marie will have a strong position. I'm going to answer your question with a question. Okay. You know who George Wright is, don't you?
No, I don't know George Wright.
You don't know George Wright, the guy who the animal who beat up the woman with a stool. You must have heard about that.
Oh, you mean that? Okay, all right.
Yeah. What has Mark Golding done about that? You're talking about checks and balances and corruption. What has Mark Golding done? That man, yeah. What has he done?
Well, I heard that as it relates to you asking that question what Mark Golding had done. So the question, what do you think he should do?
Okay, listen. Should George Wright be walking free, or should he be in prison? Anne-Marie, where should George Wright be at the moment?
Well, apparently it's allegations because they weren't sure. The video wasn't that clear from what I can remember. So it's allegations at the moment. So it's hard to say where he should be, but if he was the one who was really guilty of that, then he should be reprimanded. He should not be still in office serving. And yeah.
But let me say this.
Let me ask him now, Byron. All right, then, Byron.
Yeah,
right. Let me ask you a question, then, Byron. So I've watched this video of this animal battering a woman. And Byron, I reckon it looks like you. And I'm saying to Byron, why did you do it, man? Why have you battered this woman and you hit her with a stool, Byron? Why have you done that, man? Why did you do it? Byron, answer me, why did you do it, man?
Well,
I've seen a video and people say, I can't see that it's you, but everybody says it's you.
Okay. Based on what you're saying, I think.
No, Byron, answer. Yeah, I'm asking you.
I'm going to answer. Because we have a whole host of people watching this. But remember that we have a criminal justice system, right? Where, of course, Mark Golding is not the principal head of that criminal justice system. And when you have a crime committed, right, we don't really ask a politician like the president for the party, right, to do criminal investigation into the matter, right? Because we have the police force, right, who should do that. And so then, for me, I don't see it, to be honest, where we are anticipating Mark Golding to react when it is a police matter. If it is a police matter, then it is a police matter. Mark Golding is not a police. And so then I will answer your question in terms of that respect to say that, okay, if a politician, regardless of who that politician is, if that politician, right, commit an offense, right, breaching the law, breaking the law, or going contrary to the law, it is the responsibility of the criminal justice system, right, to both try this man, to investigate the matter, and put the matter into the judiciary process where the man can be tried, and if found guilty, then of course prosecute him. But I don't see where I am asked, I am going to say Mark Golden should do this and Mark Golden should do that. Mark Golden.
Okay, I think you've gone. All right, the point I'm making here is this, right? If the roles reversed and you ask me the same question, you saw me in a video beating up a woman, you know what I'll be saying to you, Byron? I'll be beating your ass. That's what I'll be telling you. How dare you? How dare you look at me and think that I would do that? That's what I'll be saying to you. Me and you are supposed to be brethren, and you look at me and think that I could do that? There's only one answer, Byron, to this question. Is that you in the video beating up a woman? The answer is no. The answer cannot be no bloody comment. That's an impossibility. No comment means guilty. 100%. You ask any child, a 3 or 4 year old child, that question, and that child will come to that same conclusion. There's only two answers here. No. And any other answer you give is yes, it's guilty. Simple. Let's have it. Hang on, wait. Mark Golden, did he ask Wright? Did he ask George Wright if he did it? Andrew Holness, has anybody asked Andrew Holness, what was your conversation with George Wright? As Mark Golden asked Andrew Holness, what was your conversation with George Wright? Andrew Holness must have had a conversation with George Wright. Yes or no? A simple question. Yes or no?
Well, let me answer you.
No, yes or no? Do you think Andrew Holness had a conversation with George Wright? Yes or no?
Okay.
But look at me.
The question.
Now, come on, David. Come on.
Hold on. To be honest, that's an honest answer. Because the truth be told, I am not privy of the information whether or not any of these men had spoken to George Wright. Right? Unless I have that information, right, as it relates to them not speaking to George Wright, then I can speak categorically as it relates to that. But not having an information, and I am judging to say they have not spoken to George Wright, to the fact that we have not heard anything might be from a news media or whatever their responses is. But I cannot say, to be fair, I cannot be judgmental in saying that they didn't speak with George Wright. So I can't take that. I can't take that term.
Okay, then fair enough. The point I'm making is this. We've seen a video with a man battering a woman. It's unbelievable. The man has actually, the police have taken him into custody. No, in fact, they didn't take him into custody. They've asked him, is that you in the video? And he said, no comment. And the whole of Jamaica has accepted that as an answer. That is how low this country is sunk. It's unbelievably low. There's only one answer, Byron, I'm sorry, on this one. The man must be guilty because, as I said, if anybody asks me that, and if they ask me that in front of me and them are having a fight straight away, because it's an insult. For anybody to look at me and think I put my hands on a woman like that, just put my hands on a woman. Huh? So sorry. So all of them within Parliament, I'm sorry, I've got no time for them. I have no time for them. And you're going to say about Mark Golden, as we just been saying about renewable energy, look at our schools. Look at our schools, all on the grid. We have schools, Arden saying that at one point they had their bills coming up to $5 million a month. $5 million, 40,000 US in 1 month. And Mark Golden don't do anything about it. I'm sorry, I'm not buying into any of them. I'm not buying into any of them.
All right. So let me just vent my perception. Right. If I am the party leader, right, and any of my fellow worker, right, being seen on a video, right, doing that, for me, I will have to take stringent action pertaining to that, because that cannot be tolerated, point blank and period. So that is my position on it, right?
Would you take no comment as the answer? as a response then? Would you, if your worker said no comment, would you accept that?
Oh, no.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
So I'm telling you my position on it, right?
Mm.
My wife and I, we had shared over 20 odd years worth of relationship, and I had never put my hand on my wife.
Mm.
So that is something that, of course, under no circumstances, I would tolerate that. But you know, the thing is, we have to, you know, be responsible. So I want to just ask you, I want to ask you a very technical question here, right? And I want you to absorb the question before you answer. As it relates to the current state of Jamaica, right, and the leadership, right, that majority Jamaican people have felt that the current Prime Minister had lost moral integrity based on allegations of corruption. And you and I, we are here. And I think your narrative stated clearly to us that you don't trust any of these parties, right? Based on what I'm getting from you. You don't trust any of these parties, and you will not vote for any of the two parties, right? Let me ask you a question, John. Now, as it relates to this party, right? Do you know very well that this party is rigged? But let me ask you. I don't want to, let me pose the question differently. Right? As it relates to corruption, what do you think about this present government? Let me ask you the question.
They corrupt beyond belief. It's a joke. They just corrupt beyond belief. It's quite remarkable.
Okay.
They're remarkable.
All right. So if Jamaicans, a lot of Jamaicans are listening to you, right? On this panel, as we speak, we have 300 and odd persons right now. And we know much more listening. Are you telling the masses of Jamaica not to vote for any of the two parties? I'm just asking you that question because more questions aligned to follow. So I just want to ask you that piece by piece. We are getting into it. Are you telling Jamaicans not to vote for any of these two parties because both parties are corrupt? That is what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I would say to everybody,
yes,
vote for the parliamentarian that delivers your needs. Simple as that. If you didn't have a road and your parliamentarian gave you a road, well, why wouldn't you vote for that person? It's delivered for you. If somebody's delivering, vote. If somebody isn't delivering, you don't vote. That's my position.
Okay, so your position.
So I wouldn't vote. I don't care about which party it is. I care about where I am, where I'm going to be selfish and say I'm going to vote for my list, for my constituency. That's what I'm going to vote for. So I don't care if it's JLP, PMP, or the Nazi Party. As long as that person is putting in all the infrastructure that I need, then I'll say vote for that person.
Yes. Okay, so fair enough, because what you have just taken, John, is a Jamaican perspective, not someone who politically diarted, right? So let me just give you that. In terms of the person within their respective constituency, you are saying that whether the person is JLP, PNP, UIC, providing that the political representative, right, is doing the job, getting the job done, that person need to vote for that person, whether the person is a PNP, GLP, or UIC. That is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I do agree with you. I do agree with you because we are talking about policy that represent us, that pushing us as it relates to nation building. And if you're within your constituency and that MP is performing to your suit, right, then I will say, okay, providing that the MP is providing to your suit, right, go ahead and vote for that MP. Now, for me, right, I do agree with that. That when the Jamaicans going to the polls must bear in mind to put Jamaica first, right? For me, the Jamaica Labour Party had lost integrity for me in its entirety. Let me give you my reason. From out of the Jamaica Labour Party as it is at current and what is happening with the Integrity Commission, never in the history of our politics that we have seen 6 members of parliament and plus in addition, right, other public agents being under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. And so then, when you look at that as it relates to the emerging of the Jamaica Labour Party, right, and where you see an entire cabinet is galvanizing around the leader, and where you have one person came out and say that he will vote for Andrew Holness, I'm quoting his word, by any means necessary. When our politics gone like that, the entire party lose it for me. Now let me give the Jamaican people my perception, right? Integrity is what matters for me, John. A government who lack integrity, right, has failed the nation miserably. We have seen investigation upon investigation as it relates to Mark Golden. And we have seen clearly where Mark Golden, right, in spite of what, you know, some people is saying that he doesn't have the fire, but the question of integrity, right, Mark Golden is above approach. Never shaded in corruption, right? Mark Golden go beyond in moving towards getting an impeachment act and recognize the corruption. Mark Golden's mission, right, is to say that when he gets into the power or becoming the incumbent government, is going to ensure that persons, if found corrupted as a result through due process, let me put that in, due process, and persons found guilty, they will, right? And I believe him. I believe him because I personally, as an investigator, Dr. John, investigate, go in depth to see if I can find some corruption. And no matter how deep I look, I can't find any corruption. Mark Golden had to win me over as it relates to his mission, right, in moving towards certain things. I'm not here trying to convince you, John, because you're already taking your position, but I'm just right, my position verbatim as it relates to that level of integrity. I'm going to show you something. When you have a particular station, and I'm not going to call any name here, a particular station that, you know what, I'm going to play the clip. And I'm going to play a double down by the Prime Minister, where the Prime Minister double down on defending, right, that lie. And not only once that the Prime Minister had done this. There was a situation as it relates to in Spanish Town where you have lands being sold illegally, John, right? And the Prime Minister came out without investigating, John, I am saying you are at the top of the political realm. You're the leader for the country. You're not leader for Jamaica Labour Party. You're not leader for PNP. You're leader for the country. And taking that in consideration, the Prime Minister exercised pure ego in coming out and say that the lands were sold by Klansman gang. And when it was later investigated, the police found out that the land was illegally sold by a principal, John, who closely associated with the Prime Minister. Just look at that, John. And I'm going to show you another thing. I'm going to show you another thing and show John Public another thing. I am going to play this clip and show you something right here and show you a double down the very same egoistic behavior coming from the Prime Minister. So without any further ado, let me just find this clip, John, and show you. Let the clip. Where the clip is.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah.
A clip, an audio from the PNP East Central St. Andrew Constituency Conference on Sunday evening. The clip is by...
Okay, let me speak on this before we introduce this clip, John.
Yeah, I'm here.
We have seen clear indication of political trickery, right? And the same propaganda scheme that used by Edward Philip George Thiago in crushing democratic socialism. The weapon of propaganda, diversion, is what clearly demonstrated by this platform. And I want to show you something, John. Listen to this. Yeah.
A clip, an audio from the PNP East Central St. Andrew Constituency Conference on Sunday evening. The clip is by the party's General Secretary, Dayton Campbell.
Nationwide is an incubator for the government. An incubator for the government. Naomi Francis left on press secretary. Cecil Toms left on communication director for JUTC. Abka left on senator. Dennis Brooks left on communication director for JCF. It is an incubator for the Jamaica Labour Party. And that's why they like to spin things that we say. And I expect them to spin things this evening.
That's Dayton Campbell, and there's nothing in that to spin, but to say to Mr. Campbell, what you have done is to put in jeopardy, in danger, the physical well-being of not only those people you named, but every single member of the nationwide staff, even more so our reporters. It is a dangerous thing to have said, Dr. Campbell. We are entering a period of increasingly charged political tensions on the eve of a general election, and you decided to set us up, knowing very well that this country has had a violent politics where people, like you have done, are targeted. Mr. Campbell, Dr. Campbell, again, you have demonstrated your ability to incite and to be very reckless and irresponsible. You have endangered the life of every one of our staff here at Nationwide. And we will not forget it. I will not forget it. We will not forget it. But I can assure you, we will continue to do our work the best way we know it. Dr. Campbell?
What price? Intelligence.
Okay. Dr. John Lennon, what you have heard there is Cliff Hughes responding to Nathan Campbell there. And I'm going to show you how the Prime Minister, a couple of days after that was communicated, we all heard the clip. The Prime Minister, right, came out. We have that clip where we can show. I want to show Jamaica something. Okay, we don't have it. Okay, all right. The Prime Minister came out, right, and doubled down on it, right, and spoke that, of course, Nathan Campbell, right, exposing and threatening the life of those media people. And so what they had done was to now concocted, right, a situation where they claim that persons, right, fired into a car and so forth to justify, say that it is as a result of what Dayton had said. Now, this is not the first time Cliff Hughes, right, had sown bitter seed. And the reason for why Cliff Hughes sowing that bitter seed, I am going to show you, John Lennon, the reason why. Cliff Hughes has been carrying that bitter seed as a result of a fabricated lie that he had told on PJ Patterson. And guess what? Being sued. And guess what? The court found him guilty. Without any further ado, let me show you the evidence. So let me show you the evidence. And so then when you have, right, a media carrying out its political agenda, right?
Sorry, what year is it? Byron, what year is it? I can't see the year. It's small.
Okay, so the year is October 30, 2014.
All right.
So that is how long that Cliff Hughes had done this, right? This published Thursday, October 30, 2014. Nationwide and Hughes ordered to pay PJ Patterson $12 million. But listen, Nationwide News Network and its chief executive officer Cliff Hughes have been ordered to pay former Prime Minister PJ Patterson $12 million arising from a defamation suit against them. The lawyers representing Patterson initiated legal action based on nationwide coverage of the arrival of a plane in Kingston in 2009. Patterson and several Digicel executives were aboard the flight which landed at the Norman Manley International Airport on May 14, 2009. In the court document, Patterson had asserted that he had been defamed and was seeking millions of dollars in general aggravated and exemplary damages. During the case, the Supreme Court heard audio recordings of the alleged defamatory comments. Patterson and Hughes had both testified during the hearing. Right? So there you have it. And where other document showing you, right, where he had to pay PJ Patterson that $12 million. So we have evidence, my people, of Cliff Hughes doing that sort of thing. Evidence, right? Evidence of him fabricating stuff. Now, we are not surprised with his blue dot poll. It's more like the green dot poll that he came out with. So we are not surprised in terms of what he's doing, what he's allowed to do, for the simple reasons. Yes, this man, right, owed millions in tax as we speak and being allowed, right, to not pay over those taxes. And so then, of course, we have seen situations like this. We know that the political season is coming and we see the lies concocted and more lies, right, are planning in their machinery. Now, Dr. John, let me, and this is one of the reasons why we talk about, again, you know, we have seen so many politicians involved in corruption, right? And where this government is ultimately doing everything, right, to avert them away from getting to the judiciary. We have seen the extension, right, of Paula Llewellyn time. Now, we have a wake-up call for next week. And let me say this to Jamaican people. You know what? Let me read the document as it relates to what is going to come out next week. Because next week, we are going to fully understand, right, what is going on with the 6 parliamentarian that's supposed to be charged. So next week, right, based on what is coming out, at least we're supposed to have some information of those persons, right, who, as it relates to illicit enrichment. So let me just play that for the people to see that, right, illicit, right, yeah. Stay with us, John, stay with us.
Oh, I'm here.
All right.
The tabling of the Integrity Commission's annual report in Parliament some weeks ago arguably opened a can of worms on the country's executive body. The report found 6 parliamentarians being accused of owning assets their lawful income cannot substantiate. Their identities have, however, remained unknown until now, or at least until next week. Natalia Clark has the latest.
Amidst calls for the politicians accused of illicit enrichment to be named, it appears Jamaicans may get the answer sooner rather than later. The Integrity Commission on Monday says it has submitted to Parliament a report of investigation and an associated indicative ruling of its Director of Corruption Prosecution. And while the IC release doesn't state what matters are contained in these documents, weeks ago, in their annual report, the IC revealed the 6 members of Parliament have been referred to the Director of Investigation for illicit enrichment and or for submitting false information in their statutory declaration of income, assets and liabilities. Illicit enrichment, as described by the Corruption Prevention Act, is owning assets disproportionate to one's lawful earnings. In essence, there could be a case of corruption. The Commission, in an attempt to be transparent, said the updated documents were received and signed for by Parliament around 10 a.m. on Monday. It's understood separate copies were addressed to Speaker of the House, Marissa Dalrymple-Philibert, Deputy Speaker of the House, Juliet Holness, President of the Senate, Senator Tom Tavares-Finson, and Clerk to the Houses of Parliament, Valerie Curtis. As the tradition would dictate, these reports are expected to be tabled as soon as Parliament resumes, which is reportedly next week, September 19. Since news of the illicit six emerged, there has been much speculation about who they may be. Fingers have been pointed at Prime Minister Andrew Holness by critiques who've noticed his statutory declaration is yet to be certified by the IC. The Prime Minister and his government has since taken the position to not publicly address the matter. On the other hand, President of the opposition People's National Party, Mark Golding, has declared he nor any of his party members have been contacted by the IC. The hot topic has even spilt over into matters pertaining to the Director of Public Prosecution, Paula Lulin, and the government extending the office's retirement age to 65. The opposition has suggested this was done so the ruling party can maintain influence on the investigation into the illicit six. Will the nation get the answers it seeks? We'll see in a week. Natalia Clark for CVM News.
Okay, so Brother John, the question asks, will the public really get those answers? Because
well, will they really get the answer? They're not going to get them next week. I don't think they're going to know who it is. Oh, I don't believe that. But the whole thing is an absolute joke anyway. 6 people. Now, if they said 600, I might be thinking, oh, right, they're doing something. Half dozen. Jesus wept. I can leave here now and give you half dozen people. I'm not talking about parliamentarians. My God, the country's awash with people, civil servants and all the rest of them. What they call it? Enriched and what's the term they call it for?
Illicit enrichment. Illicit enrichment.
Yeah, you're owning assets outside what you can earn. My mama, Jesus, you only have to walk around and you can see it, where all these councils and all the rest of them live, in all this big yard. They're not making no money. None of them have no job before. And all in these big houses. And this is what the Integrity Commission can come up with. It's a farce. First of all, we have Andrew Holness, right, in his mansion. The man never had a job in his life. Never had a job. He never had a job. And yet he can live in a mansion. There you go. How is that possible? The man was Minister of Education in 2007 to 2011, 10-11. And in that time, he decides he can start building a mansion. I mean, don't even get me started on this one, Byron. The whole thing is an absolute joke. 6 people. If you were doing it, Byron, and you told us 600, people would be thinking they want to fire you because they'll be thinking you must be able to find 1,000. Surely you can find 1,000. We ain't got a penny over here. We ain't got a, pardon the French, we ain't got a pot to piss in this country because they've stolen all our money and you're winding up with those 6 people. And we're paying, remember the Integrity Commission, remember? They got big dirty increases, 200% pay rise as well. Don't forget that.
John,
they're all in it together.
I don't know why I agreed with you 100%. I am standing parallel as it relates to what you said. I honestly don't believe, even although, right, they said that we are going to hear those 6 persons. And this is it. This is it. Where you see the corruption so plain. It is here.
Out in the open. Out in the open.
John, they're not hiding it.
No, they don't.
Actually in the opening.
Yeah, it's remarkable.
The next thing you hear, that project started, and you hear how much millions of dollars to do. I see 2 signs put up in Montego Bay. Two look aside. That I believe, honestly, I believe maybe 200 or 300,000 could put up that sign. And you heard, John, that it costs $12 million to put up those signs. Right?
Whoa! Hey, I live right across from the Harmony Beach Park, and I remember when I started, and they said, and I worked it out. How much did they say? It's going to cost in US dollars. I think it's about 8 million US or whatever. Anyway, so when they're doing the work, they put up all the zinc and they boarded it off so you couldn't see what was going on over there. When they pulled it down, my jaw dropped to the ground. I thought me and my brother and my mates, we can do that for a tenth of the price what they've done over there. Now I'll never forget this. I'm coming back from a gym and walking by, and there's a jerk man there. And let me tell you, I can't even talk the language, what he was saying, how he was angry, cussing. And I joined him. Me and him just stood there for half an hour just cussing. We couldn't believe it. Money just stolen. Stolen. And you should see the park now. You should see it now. All the way they've done all the landscaping, all the grass is like this now. You know, like, you know, a camel hump look like. That's why it is like camel humps everywhere. Supposed to be nice and flat. It's like this. It's a mess over there. It look from a distance, it looks all right. You go over there and have a look at it. If it costs them $1 million US, well, it couldn't even cost them nowhere near that. Thieved all our money. And you're talking about integrity commission, 6 people. Go and have a look at that. That's the first thing they need to go and have a look at. All our money just stolen and gone. Pathetic.
It is just crazy, John. It is so terrible. And the other thing that I want to point out to you, John, right, that the issue of nepotism and cronyism in this country, and where it seems like the private sector of Jamaica is unhinged, right, with some members within the political process as it relates to the political kickbacks and so forth. I'm going to show you a particular case where the security guards are concerned, because I feel it for the poor security guards.
So do I.
Yes, the security guards, they, you know, years upon years they have been struggling, paying pension, you know, being deducted from out of their salary and so forth, and they are not getting any benefits.
No, but no, Byron, their wages are diabolically low, terribly low. The only reason they can survive is because they work 12-hour days. That's how most Jamaicans live.
Yes.
They can't live on an 8-hour working day. They work 12 hours. That's the only way they can take home enough money to survive, by working 12 hours. And some of them will happily, I'm not talking happily, will work 24 hours. I've seen it here where I live. Security guards will do a double shift, 24 hours they'll work for. That's the only way they can get money in their pocket.
But look at this, John. Even although they are doing, some are doing 12 hours, 24 hours, not getting paid for time and a half, not getting paid for double, right? It is ridiculously cruel.
Yeah, 100%. It is.
You know what, John? The security guards had taken, right, had taken the company, the respective companies to court, right? And where,
you know what?
The judge ruled in favor of those security guards. And John, as we speak, these companies have not been following the court ruling, John. And the government aware of this. And so then, here you have a political season. These politicians are asking these people, right, to trust them. They need vote where they side with the private sector. You understand? Committing, breaking the law, still forcing the security guards, right? Last week, I had someone call me, right, and said they have a 71-year-old security guard who had worked 30 odd years, John, for a particular company. 30 odd years for a particular company. And as a result of what happened, transpired in the court, and the court ruled in the favor of the security guard, John, they are forcing him to sign a contract. And he decided that he's not going to sign the contract. They had laid him off over 2 months and has not called the man, right, and just buried him on the side. So you're going to tell me, right, where Nigel Clark came out, spoke on it, spoke on the court ruling, and guess what? The companies, still as we speak today, breaking the law, still having those security guards and contract, and the government is doing nothing.
But it's not just them. But it's not just them, Byron. It's across the board with a minimum wage. It means nothing over here. They could make the minimum wage to $50,000. It makes no. It's a number. They're not paid because the government doesn't care. They don't. What's the word I'm looking for? They don't actually put in the legislation for this to be enacted. They just say, "Oh, this is a new law now," but they don't do anything to make sure that it's enacted. They just make it. Yeah, so we have all these people. Because you think all these Chinese people, you reckon that they're paying these people $14,000 a week or whatever? You're having a laugh, aren't you? The only people probably paying it are, the big hotels and people like that. But a small man on the street, they're not paying it. This minimum wage thing's a joke. For security guards, for all of them, they're not getting it. I know I've met people who are still getting $9,000, $10,000, and the minimum wage is $14,000. There's no way you can, people just sit and take it because we don't have any governance in the country, Byron. We don't have any governance, mate. And they can get away with it because, again, we have an economy that is so bad. And people have to understand this, that we've got Jamaica here and we've got Barbados. Now, you think that surely Jamaica would have a stronger economy than Barbados.
Because we have more resources than Barbados.
We have more resources and we're an iconic country. I've been traveling and people ask me where I come from. And I say Jamaica and I might go like that. And as soon as I say Bob Marley, oh, Jamaica, they say it in their own accent. Everybody knows about Jamaica. Every weed smoker wants to come to Jamaica because this is a mecca for smoking weed. They want to come here. Jamaica's well known. It's a global country. It's a country where when you watch the Olympic Games, you'll see all sorts of people wearing Jamaica flag. You're not seeing them wearing no Canadian flag or American flag or French flag, but no, you'll have all in Sunday, the Japanese, Koreans, everybody, Italians donning Jamaican colours. They'll happily wear our colours. We're an iconic country. And yet, we have the second lowest GDP economy in the Caribbean, where we should be number one. That is how low, that is how bad this country's been run after generation after generation after generation. And that's why they can get away with this low wages. And the people, because they're uneducated, misinformed, ignorant by our so-called journalists, because we don't have any, so they don't know how to get up and stand up and say this is all wrong. Barbados has a GDP per capita, per person. Their GDP per person is something like about 20,000 US per year. Ours is not even $6,000.
Wow.
3 times bigger, little Barbados than ours. And yet we have ugly face wholeness can get up on the stage and talk about prosperity and this, that, and whatever. And because we have no media, no journalism, then they can just get away with it. It's quite remarkable. So when you're talking about about the security guards, it's across the board, my brethren. It's across the board. People just not getting paid. People are struggling. My God, they're struggling. The country runs on remittances. If people in foreign weren't sending us money down here, kiss me neck. I don't know how the country would get by. I don't know. Children won't be going to school, that I can tell you. Schools will be empty, 100% empty.
Because, and here it is, Jamaica #1, right, foreign earner, as according to them, right? We are not putting remittance in it now. I'm just excluding remittance because we know that remittance is the number one. But as according to Jamaican government, that the #1 foreign earner is tourism. Let us argue about this, John. Let us argue about this. And when we look on tourism, right, and we see the objective of all-inclusive, and where we have seen that the tourism exclude as it relates to our local operator. We're talking about previously the straw market vendors who are not getting any bite out of the tourism. But again, the tourism, huge money that they are making. The truth about it, John, it is not circulating in Jamaica. Because most of who own the hotel are foreigners, right? And most of that money going back, right, overseas. So then, how is it benefiting Jamaica?
It's the same way they talk about bauxite benefiting us, and it doesn't. Sorry to interrupt.
To fool ourselves, right? As it relates to these service industries, they are not doing anything for Jamaica more than abusing Jamaicans.
100%.
Right? And so then we have a serious problem in Jamaica. We have a serious problem. And any government, John, remember I'm saying this, any government anywhere, not only in Jamaica, across the globe, if any government start to attack its education system, right? Look at what this government, this Jamaica Labour Party government had done with our education system. The pilfering, the pushing and the catting, right? Of our education system. Damage, flatline our education system. And then when you look on the illiteracy level in Jamaica, John, based on a particular stats, more than 85% of our people illiterate. Look at that, John.
I didn't know it was high. It's high, but I didn't know it was that high. I read, no, it can't be 85. 85 is too high. Illiterate, 85%. No, it can't be 85.
Not literate, illiterate.
85%.
Yeah, well, I saw it somewhere, so I'm going to research.
No, it can't be. I remember reading 1 in 12 can't read, which puts you at 12%, which sounds about right. Yeah, it can't be. Just think about it, Byron. You're saying if you go down the street, 4 out of 5 people can't read and write.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not right. No.
I don't believe it either.
No, that's wrong. I read, this is years ago, it was 1 in 12.
Yeah, I don't believe it either.
Yeah, that's not right.
I take that parallel side with you. I don't believe it either. Right.
But let me just interject here. You're saying about because we just said this, you're saying about it can't work with the service sector industry, can't build Jamaica. We know that, Byron, because as I said, Barbados has an economy 3 times bigger. And they have tourism, so they just don't only have tourism, they have other things going on, don't they? When you only have tourism and BPO, you have Jamaica. We have the proof. We have the 100% proof here that it doesn't work. And it is a remarkable thing that I say, when you don't have journalists, this is what you can do. You can say anything when you don't have journalists.
Exactly.
Because they should be having these conversations that we're having. And then the people on the street should be having these conversations, but they don't.
How many times I've seen where the Prime Minister talking about the highway and talking about progress of the highway and all of that, right? Which is a policy that had set in place, right, from the Portia Simpson-led government and Dr. Peter Phillips, right? And he's owning it, right? To say that it is his policies that implement all these things. And Jones came into power, right? Everybody know 2016.
But Byron, but here you go again. I mean, these policies you're talking about, these aren't the policies we need anyway. We've just been talking about what we need, and neither party are delivering them. Let's not talk about policies that are not really helping us. Yeah, it's great to have a road. We do need roads. 100% we need roads, but we certainly need them in the rural areas. You say if you have the best farmland in the world and you don't have a road, it's land. It's just land. It's not farmland anymore. We've got to be able to have roads. So if you have agriculture, people can move their produce from the farms, from the land to a market. You can't be exporting if you can't get your products from the hills. Yeah. We can't do anything here because we have no infrastructure. That is our issue. We have to have a different economy. We have to have a new economy. And it's possible. As I said, straight, easy manufacturing, because we can produce cheap electricity. Every country that's doing well, apart from your Saudi Arabias, they manufacture. Korea, Germany, France, well, some of them steal like France, sorry, but manufacturing's got to be at the heart of it. And I'm not saying to get manufacturing going to make us mega rich. What manufacturing will do is start to pay people a living wage. We'll have jobs paying a living wage, and we'll have a foundation to build on. We'll have money now to spend on education, to start to build the country, so we can look forward and have a trajectory. And we're saying 20 years' time, we reckon we can reach this point now, because people are now more educated, and now they're going to be innovative. They can start building.
Okay.
There's so many opportunities if we now just run the economy properly with the sole aim of making sure that we have money to put into education, and we're building infrastructure. We must have roads.
Okay.
We've got to have roads. We can't. How can you not have roads and we don't have any? Exactly. Can't just have roads for tourism. Can't just have roads for tourists.
Yes.
Somebody can't believe me when I said that we had a bridge washed away 2.5 years ago. And somebody think, how can you do that? We had one in Clarendon, 2017, man. 2017 to this day. No bridge. And in 2017, they gave the Governor General that waste of time. They spent $2 million US buying him a car and putting an elevator into his residence, instead of using that to help the people. Mm-hmm. They're evil. This is, you can talk about your Mark Golding and whatever. When these things are happening, I don't hear him saying anything, Byron. I don't hear him saying, build these bridges, the money's there to do it. He's not saying it, Byron. 4.1 billion sitting in the reserves. I don't hear him talking about that. I don't hear him talking about bauxite. I don't hear him talking about renewable energy. I don't hear him talking about the debt. I don't hear him talk about roads. He doesn't talk about the things we need. You talk about his policies. Go and talk about the stuff I've just talked about and look at his policies and see if any of them are reflective about what I'm talking about. The things that we bloody need in the country. Simple things. These are not luxuries, what I'm talking about. I'm talking about prudence. Solar energy pays for itself in 3 to 4 years. But you don't even Mark Golding say we've got to convert everything to solar. We've got to take all our infrastructure, our public infrastructure off the grid. Nothing like that. The things that we need, not wants, need. We have no solid waste management. We should be recycling. There's money in recycling. We don't recycle. Oh, we don't have, we import our bottles apparently from Trinidad. We import our bottles from Trinidad because we don't manufacture them here, because of electricity, the cost. You go into every supermarket and all the snacks come from Trinidad. There's Holiday and Sunshine. They're the two biggest ones. They make banana chips, cheese chips, potato chips, peanuts, crack, all these sweet biscuits, all made elsewhere. We import all of this stuff. Our import bill goes up every year. It's not just our fossil fuels building it up. It's food imports that we wouldn't have. We import our tourist memorabilia. We import khaki uniforms. Come on, man. I don't hear Mark Golding talking about that kind of stuff. So no, I'm not buying into either party. I understand the position that the JLP are the most corrupt government of all time. I'm not arguing with that. But people like me, I said, if I had a parliamentarian who was putting in the infrastructure that I need, I live in Montego Bay, and let me tell you something, when I came here in 2013 and I looked around, I was saying to my sister, I'm thinking, my God, this place is run down. You should see today. If 10 years ago you said to me it could get worse, I'd have laughed in your face, said it's an impossibility. Impossibility. No pavement. No, we don't have no pavements. We have where the drains are just broken away and you can put your foot in there and it can broke off your foot. I mean, you marvel. You just don't understand. I think people in the diaspora don't understand when you come here and see it. When it rains, you can't go into town. I'm not joking. When it rains, you cannot go into town. This is Montego Bay, the second city. You can't go into Montego Bay if it rains.
And remember they had gotten a raise, 200% raise, and better. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. Here is Debbie Jervis correcting us on the information. So the person who had communicated that to me had misconstrued what the article really said. So Debbie Jervis is saying that the article actually said 85% of graduating students can't read, not 85% of Jamaica population.
All right, okay.
Thank you so much, Debbie Jervis. But again, even what Debbie put up here is terrible.
It's a disaster.
This is terrible.
Even if they say 10%, you'd be thinking, my God, that's high. 10% ain't good enough. 85%. Yeah. I'll have to look for that because that's a shocker. Even now I'm struggling with. I have to find out for myself because I can't believe that.
Right? 85% of people. Can you imagine? That is really terrible. But John, I heard what you said as it relates to your opinion, your concern as it relates to your choice of voting. Right. But for me, I want to get rid of a government that is apparently corrupt. And I am saying that my vote, and I'm not going to hold back on it. My vote is going to Margot.
I understand that. I said I understand it. I can understand if you've got the most corrupt government ever. So I can understand why people can't vote for it.
As it relates to honesty and integrity, democratic socialism, my vote is going.
It's not democratic socialism, no. I won't call it democratic socialism. It's a capitalist.
Yeah, but
it's a capitalist, so you can't be a capitalist and be a democratic socialist. That's an impossibility. The two don't go together, Byron. They don't. Don't fool yourself. Don't fool yourself there, Byron. He's a capitalist.
No,
he's a capitalist. What business is Mark Golding in? What business is Mark Golding in? Yeah, there you go. What business does he own?
Well, look, we are talking about the party philosophy. That is what we are talking. You ask, and we understand that it is we are in the capitalistic world. No, not to me about that, John. Right? But again, right, we are talking about where that philosophy stand. I understand where you're going with that, John. I do understand, right? So, but for me, a government that is apparently corrupt cannot get my vote. And the thing is, John, if I don't vote, and what, you know, as it relates to your opinion, and people don't vote, the possibility of we seeing an extension of this government, right, would be executed by the very same formula as it relates to what you have here, you know, John, because you're not deciding to vote, right? And if let us speak on this. If you have 60% of people who decided not to vote.
Yeah, but it is 60%, over 60% are not going to vote.
What happened to that?
To be exact, it's what, 67 or 63?
63 didn't vote last time.
Okay.
37 points voted.
Let us argue them. We are great minds. By your opinion, if those 63% said, you know what, we are not going to vote because both parties are the same thing, what likely to be the end result of that, John?
We know the end result of that. We see it all the time.
If that is the end result, we don't want it, John. I don't want
well,
it.
No. Well, what I would say to people,
extended in government, I don't want that.
Well, what I would say to people then, all come and vote. All come and vote, and if you're not voting for JLP and you're not voting for PMP, put a cross in both of them. Yeah, invalidate your voting card, and when the polls are conducted, they'll find that JLP 20%, PMP 17%, and look, destroyed voters 63%. So we know who's won. All the people have gone in there and destroyed their ballot paper. They're the ones who win. Then you've got no mandate to run the country. When 63% of the people said, we don't want either one of you, you can't govern then, can you? You simply can't govern. That's what we should be doing.
Yes, I am telling you plain that I am not going to discourage people from vote on this platform. I am telling the entire 63% who did not vote to vote for the People's National Party, because I am not going to tolerate, right, another, right, 5-term with this, outrightly corrupted government, right? I am not going to try to be politically correct. I am saying it as it is, and I'm not going to tolerate, you understand, as it relates to say, all right, don't vote for any of the party, because watch out, here is the truth, put up to not vote at all is equal to a vote for the GLP, and we can't give that chance, because under this crisis, John,
it won't happen. I don't think that will happen, Byron. I don't think that will happen. I think I explained it to you. First of all, the JLP, only the JLP diehards will vote next election, because enough of the JLP are sick and tired of teeth and illness. They're sick of them, so they're not going to vote for him. The PMP are going to vote. They're going to turn out to vote. That's why they're going to win. So the PMP are going to turn out. The JLP are not going to turn out, and then you've got the people who won't vote, and so the PMP will gain to power. They will gain to power. I can't see them not getting into power, to tell you the truth. I can't see them not getting into power. That's why Mark Golding, that's why they're not saying anything. They don't make no noise, because they know they've got it won. The PMP, the JLP are done for. They're too corrupt. The JLP voters themselves don't like them. So there you go. So the PMP, it won't be the people who will switch and switch to the PMP. The way I see it is, people simply will not vote JLP, and so by default, the PMP will win. But Byron, as I said, there is a solution. If people realize that the Constitution holds the key to the country, the Constitution can drive out all of the corrupt parliamentarians, drive them all out. And we'll have to start again, new parties will be formed. They'll probably have to have independent candidates, anybody who wants to run and he's not corrupt will be able to run. and then we'll have a chance of building a real Jamaica. But it can't be built under either the JLP or the PNP because the hands are tied by the IMF, World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. So it doesn't matter what we do. Our bauxite under the PNP, bauxite will still be given away. Under the PNP, we won't have renewables. Under the PNP, we won't have education. We won't have education because we can't fund it. How are you going to fund education? We can't. Whatever you say about education is just words, and words is
all right. So a lot of people are asking in the chat why we don't have Big Stone, right, on the platform. Well, at the last minute, we had dialogue with Big Stone, and he confirmed that he was coming on the platform. However, the truth be told, right, he was asking us to change some of the sentiments, right, on our program because, of course, he is in Jamaica, and he knows very well that the political climate there is hostile, right? And the truth be told, and to be honest with him, right, there are certain things that I had said in the program that I couldn't change on in the last minute, right? If there was a situation where he had reviewed the program earlier and see some of the things that I was going to speak about, and he had the access of the program and said to me earlier to might be take some of what, right, you know, some of the situations out of the program, then I would. But for this, for the last minute, and look, I understand as it relates to his concern and, you know, and his awareness of how hostile the political climate can be. So, right, I am, you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? And I have to understand as it relates to his position. But I have to press on with my program. And my program is my program in terms of what we are doing. What we are doing here, John, is always making sure that we are referencing, right, whatever we are speaking about as it relates to the source, right? And so then it is not anything personal that Mystic Sensation has. And as I said, right, no disrespect to Big Stone, right? I cannot just, you know, scrap certain things on the program after I aligned my program in a particular way, right? So, you know, he chose to, you know, opt out, and that is okay with me, right? But this program, we will continue to highlight the corruption. We are not going to hesitate in highlighting the corruption as we see it. For political correctness, right, I will refer my source to fact finding, not accusing or not speak of things as it relates to false allegation. Everything that I speak about, I will reference my source. So as I said, that is the situation as it relates to Big Stone. All right. Now, John, there's no doubt. But as I said, right, on this platform, right, I am directing people to vote.
I'm not just saying, I'm not against that, Byron. Remember, I did say to people, vote for the parliamentarian delivering. That's what I said. I'm not telling people not to vote. Vote for the parliamentarians to deliver it.
Yeah. So, you know, on my platform, right, there's a particular, of course, set of people that are going to follow me. They are my subscribers, and I respect them, John, because these subscribers, right, they align with me right, align as it relates to the things that I talk about, the truth that I identified, right, and they see that I am carrying the source of the evidence. And so then at the end of the day, right, I'm not going to shift my objective. I am going to speak it, John, as it is. This platform is calling out the corruption as it is. So then for persons who want to come on the platform, right, what I will do moving forward is to list some of what I will be making reference about, to put that person, giving them the option to say, okay, these are some of the issues that we are going to talk about. If you feel comfortable with them, then okay, uptown onto the program. If you don't feel comfortable, it's fine with me. All right. So that is the answer for persons who are asking about Big Stone. As I said, we had made an agreement. He decided, right, to pull out based on, he said, some of the contents, right, as it relates to, you know, his geographical location, right? He doesn't want to be exposed in that regards. So we have to respect that. All right, John? So, but we have to speak it as it is, John. And this is the thing, you know, John. This is the thing. If you have to sit down and, you know, and every Jamaican just close it in, no one wants to speak because of the ultimate fear, right? We have to remember a time in slavery when you have people who decided, the minority of people who decided that I prefer to die in slavery than be enslaved, and they revolt against the system. They prefer to die in freedom. Sorry, let me quote it properly. Thank you. Prefer to die in freedom than live in slavery. And so then you're going to have some of us, right, who are going to speak out. I am not encouraging people in Jamaica to speak out.
Why not? I'm speaking out. I live in Jamaica.
Hold on, John. Hold on, John. And I love you for that. I love you for that. I am not encouraging, just let me finish, John. I am not encouraging people to speak out who have that fear factor. If you have that fear factor and you want to couple it with that fear factor, that's fine. But the program is speaking the truth. Dr. John Lennon knows what I am about, and he's here on the program, right? And he's voicing his piece as how he sees it. So then, I am not going to change the mission of my platform. The mission of my platform is to call out corruption and speak against corruption. And I am not going to stop. And I am not going to be fearful. I am not simply not going to be fearful. I am going to call out the corruption as it is. And so then, what I am anticipating for, if by next week we don't see in the media where those 6 politicians be named, well, I'm going to speak out on it. I am going to speak on it because it needs to be spoken of. So I'm going to speak on it, right? And this is what my platform is about. And I'm not going to let down the people who are following me, John. I'm not going to let down my subscribers, right? I am here defending the rights of my subscribers. For persons who subscribe with me, I am thankful for your subscription. And we are continuing to fight for Jamaica, regardless of what it is. We are continuing to fight for Jamaica. John, I want to say big thanks for you to make it again another week. John,
pleasure.
Let me say this to you, John. This program is open to you at any time.
Oh, thank you.
Use this program, right? And so then, once again, Big thanks. So, John, I'm going to leave with any final words that you want to wrap up with before I hand over to YFK as it relates to Jeopardy. Right? Or we're going through the chat to see what any persons say. Or if any persons want to call in, right? John is here. If you want to ask John any question, here is John to you, my people. Right? Persons who want to call in, not afraid to call in, you know. Right? There are some active persons in the chat. You understand? Persons who are, I mean, highly intelligent. We have the Ganja Mania, we have the Freedom, Blendan, Light Pong, right? What our usual, some of our usual persons, Arta and Debbie and, you know, Maureen and you name that. Everyone who is in the chat, big up on yourself. You understand? We love you. And we are here, you understand, to always bring the truth to bear. And we are going to continue to bring the truth. John, any final words that you want to speak of?
Yeah, I'll say it again about the Constitution, the importance of it. We say that they've got the CRC and they're writing the Constitution. And in my opinion, it's written already. They've written a Constitution. They're just going through now, ironing out the details now. That's my opinion. And the Constitution, now, after listening to us talk today, I don't think anybody would want those people to be writing a Constitution for them. So it's going to be one written for them and not for us. And we have many needs in Jamaica. We won't have education. We just won't have education. And they say we won't have manufacturing.
Yes.
And without we won't have a transformation of the economy. And if we don't have those two things, we're done for.
Well, John, we're not going to stop and beat the iron, John. Right? Every time you come on this program, you understand, we're going to speak about it because we want people to gear towards, right? Jamaica need to gear towards manufacturing. You understand? But and leave out of the, the service industry situation because it's not helping us. The situation is manufacturing, and we have to, right? Target that. So then,
100%.
You and I beating that drum, consistently beating that drum, right? We will build the numbers because it's all about numbers. We will build the numbers, right? But John, I want to ask you one final question, because I know that but. Do you think I'm going to be able to convince one of this week to vote for the PNP? I wouldn't mind winning over, John. I'm trying hard to win over.
I'm going MP to vote for. That's the problem.
Yeah?
None of them. If you came to Montego Bay, you'd see that there's nobody to vote for. The place is to say we've had a switch of parliamentarians, and the place is dire. It's a horrible place, and you move from one to the other, and nothing improves. It's really tough, Byron. I understand. I understand your position, and I've seen people's comments saying that, oh, you must vote and all the rest of it. I'd love to vote, but it's just difficult. You're asking somebody thinking to vote for the worst of, it's not one to make it better. You're just saying to vote for the worst, the lesser of two evils.
Yes.
That you're asking a lot. The lesser of two evils. For me to leave, it's a lot to ask for people. So I 100% understand people who talk about you must vote. But I 100% understand the position of the people who do not vote in Jamaica.
Yes.
Nothing's been delivered. You're born in poverty, your parents are poor, your grandparents are poor, and you've got this cycle, and you've seen it switch from JLP to PMP, PMP, JLP, and yet you're still poor, and you can see a future where you're still poor because they've not said, oh, we're going to do these things to bring our country, build our country. We're going to 100% make sure we have education. We're going to have manufacturing. We can't live on tourism. We can see you can't live on tourism. Well, we know we see it. We see it every day. We don't have roads. We don't have anything because of tourism. Oh boy, it's difficult, but it's very, 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 very difficult.
We need to vote for policy, not party.
Yeah, I agree. That's what I would do, but we don't have policy.
Right. Vote for policy, not people.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Said it right, best, right? We need to vote for policy, not party, right?
I agree.
Anything that need to be seen there? Okay.
Already. So the line is open if anyone wants to call
All
in.
right. Anyone want to call in? And
Good time.
right now is good time to call in. Dr. John is there, right? And definitely we are here. So anyone want to call in, free to do so. Albert Clark, find a gear, John. You can't just sit back. That is cheap.
I didn't hear. What did you say about it?
Albert is saying, find a gear, John. You can't just sit back and talk. Talk is cheap. This corruption needs to stop. And you know,
well, I am trying. I'm trying to rally the people. I've been on Ratigan. I've been on other platforms. You know, I've written everything I can to the Integrity Commission, MOCA, you name it. I've written to people. It's only because I'm a nobody. If I was a somebody, then things would happen. But people just don't hear me, so it is very, very difficult.
I want to tell you something, John. If I have the will, right, as it relates to me, just talk and effect change, I would prefer to see a People's National Party incumbent government and UIC as opposition. Someone is calling. Someone is. Oh God! I missed that call. The person. Can you call back?
This is the one they're calling him on.
Oh, okay. Right.
I said I should highlight.
Someone is calling. Answer.
Okay.
Okay, we have a caller, John.
Hello, good night.
Hello, good night. Big up yourself, my subscriber. Thank you for calling in.
Good night, good night.
Good night to you, sir.
We listen to the program when, you know, we are in a particular situation, I would say, right? But one of the things I want to address is the whole voting thing, because we know we don't vote for policy in Jamaica, we vote for money.
Vote so
sad. So we vote. So is the man with the bigger money get the most vote? You know, so we can get that change that dynamics of the voting system, where people vote for a policy instead of party. Not even party. We vote for money, because I don't think anybody is loyal to any party, really. You know, we just vote for the ones who can provide the best cash on the day. You know, so if you pay $3,000, I will pay $5,000, I'm going to get the vote over you. And we know that is the principle that governs that. So whatever else, unless we can meet it into people that change the dynamics of the voting system. Because from an early age in my life, I am now 60 years old. You know, from an early age in my life, I've always been asking the question, why is it that we vote for a particular person every election, and nothing is done in your community where you can say, all right, this politician is here and he's doing this or that for me. Why?
Well,
we learn the principle in life. You can't do the same thing the same way and expect different results. So there we go. We have to just, you know. That is my fuel current.
And thank you for your input, John, caller. John, you have anything to say to this caller before I respond?
No, I'm agreeing with the caller.
Okay.
It's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, people vote based on A lot of them based on money, because there's no other reason, because they know that that neither party is going to deliver what they need. And so on the day, they're they're very, very poor, and they're easily swayed by a few $1,000s. I mean, I know it happens because I've been to places where I haven't seen it happen, but I know people who do it anyway. Let's put it that way. So I know it goes on.
Yes, and this is let me just respond to the caller. This is really a sad thing, John.
Very.
As it relates to people selling out their vote, right, just for a few dollars, right, and horrible to say the least. And John, this is one of the reasons why I think that social media is so important, right, in terms of having these dialogues and try to educate and shift the sort of paradigm, of a paradigm shift as it relates to, the way how people vote, right, and why it is important, right, to vote for policy. Because, a politician visit your area and give you might be $10,000, you understand, for come and vote for him, right, as opposed to, fix the road in your area where it is going to benefit, you understand, every single person in that area, right? I mean, how do you do it, right? And so then, it is just, that we have to continue to say, for people who are voting as a result of a belly full, we're voting for money, it's a wrong perception. That is what carry down a nation and give you a governance like this. Because this government know very well that you have these people out there. So the caller is not wrong, The caller is right. But the caller said the caller is right. Right?
Just a minute. You know why we don't want an educated society?
Because they want to continue to fool the people.
You don't do that with people that are educated people. Because
exactly.
you understand about a person with a little bit of education. But just common sense. Whatever you put in place is must be for the future. So you have to have short-term vision, long-term, short-term goal, medium-term goal, and long-term goal. So if I'm not able to calculate those things in my head, right? I'm just going to take your $5,000 that you offer to me, because that's all I can see for now.
My God.
And hope that tomorrow we'll turn over next 5 months.
Well,
but I will listen. I will just hang up and listen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, caller.
Right. No doubt, John, the caller made a solid point as it relates to the reality of the situation of how certain people vote. Because it is true, right, that people vote in that regards, and which is a fundamental wrong, right? Because not only that they are damaging, right, themselves, but they are also hurting, right, the nation that follow on onto them, hurting generation upon generation. Because when you have a government like this who is not performing, underperform, right, the series of corruption, and they know that we don't have to perform because we can just run some money and just buy them out. It is sad, John, that by that factor, right, they can remain in power because of the ignorance of those people, right? But I cannot, no way, shape, or form, right, have any form of understanding as to why people do that, right? That is reckless to a nation. Right?
But they're very, very poor, Byron. That's the thing. I think you don't understand that you go to certain areas and you're there and you've been there for generations and you never had a road. And a little piece of road that you've got is destroyed year after year after year. It gets worse. How are you going to persuade that person to vote?
Exactly.
When generation after generation you never had anything. How are you going to convince the person to vote? Because when you talk about the corruption happening, they don't see that. If you're living in a rural area, they don't see that kind of corruption. All they can see is that they don't have any infrastructure.
Yes.
If you don't have infrastructure, you're going to persuade somebody without infrastructure and never had it to go and vote.
Okay, John. All right. Let me just make this caller speak, because I don't know the method of calling might be right. So let me just make this caller. Caller, go ahead. First and foremost, thank you for calling the program. Please go ahead.
Yeah. May I pick up some little vibes within the PNP, like someone wants, you know, build a rift in the party or something, because, you know, them all, some people have said Damien Crawford is the more popular person, but even if Damien Crawford is the more popular person right now, even than Mark Golding, there's a time for him, you know. If you become the leader, first you have to have a safe seat, and you have to be an MP and have a safe seat. And I don't think Damon Crawford have that right now. So even if he's the more popular person, I think no one shouldn't push that issue there. And that, let's say, like some people I do, try and push the issue like they want to create a leadership rift in the party, like they hold back the party, and that not necessary right now. So right now, like how the PNP have a leader, Mark Golding, I think they should have just work with him because in his year already. But to go say create a rift in the party, no, I don't think that is why at this time. That's my point.
Okay, thank you, Carla, for that point. I think right there, Carla articulate a powerful point there, John, because it is certainly not the time for, you know, that inside fighting to be challenging and the leader when you're facing John season, right? And this would be just playing into the hands of the Jamaica Labour Party, right?
Sabotage.
Exactly. So Carla, that's a wonderful point, and I want people to really endorse what the caller is saying, right? You cannot be having, right, 2 years by the Constitution, and I'm only speaking as it relates to the Constitution, because every 5 years supposed to be the general election. But remember that the Jamaica Labour Party, let me tell people this, is extremely, extremely crafty. And if they see that, exactly, Carla. So I endorse 110% what you have said. This is not the time for to be having, you understand, that sort of divide. Can't, shouldn't be, right? And but Carla, you know what? Carla, you know what? Let me say this. You have some people, it is not like they don't know, you know, Carla, but you have some people have some ulterior motive, right? And then that's what I'm thinking of. Yes, and they know very well what will happen. You have some people, that's how they are. But I am saying, and I'm glad for the caller to call and be speaking about this. So now I get the opportunity to now say out aloud, right, that we warn against people who having the idea or cherishing the idea that you think that it is time now to challenge, you understand, Mark Golding for the leader. Every single person needs to galvanize around Mark Golding and moving strength. That is what you need, because go ahead.
He's still young enough, so his time will come, you know.
Fully agreed. Fully agreed. Right. And so then we have to put it out there. So what we are here in terms of this this platform, we are uniting. Let me speak. We are uniting against corruption. We are calling out corruption where the corruption is apparent and where we have poor governance. that government has to go. Right? This is what we are saying. We are Jamaican first and foremost. Right? We are not putting party before country. People, my subscribers, I'm telling you, the way how we are to think is to put country before party. So we are talking about policies. We are talking about what benefit us all as Jamaica, right, for us to move forward. We have honored this capitalistic, evilest power from God. He knows when the colonial master, right, who had enriched themselves on the back of us through slavery, who had given them their huge wealth, they are still here today as it relates to their generation upon generation that they pass on business to become neo-colonialist, who has their strength in the economy, right, and have their wealth of cash, you understand, still want to hold us down and still want to take what we have. We are not to give in to these neo-colonialists. We are to strive as it relates to democratic socialism. And John, I know you don't like the word, but we have to strive, right, for a better nation, right? Boy, I got two wonderful calls. That is well appreciated, John. And John, I mean, I know that Lachlan Marley, in respect to education, Jamaica needs a good apprenticeship system to generate
100% agree.
pipeline.
Yeah, we need apprenticeship. Yeah, not everybody's good at studying books. You don't all have to study books. We need carpenters, we need builders, mechanics. Yeah, if you're good at something, that's what you should do.
Make what Lachlan said up there, that you understand, realize that make it cementing at some people's head, right? We really need that.
So when I talk about education, it's not just about studying books. It's learning and learning, you know, with your hands as well.
Of course. Right. We have, you know, John, we have to challenge all the possible means where that is going to drive us towards nation building. Right? And use up the various mediums that will generate that. Right? And so then our politicians have to be serious. Our politicians have to be committed to the cause. Right? We understand, John, we understand how it is, because as we speak, John, you and I know that we are on a certain spell as it relates to the IMF, the World Bank, and so forth and so forth. You know it, John, right? That, you know, they are now setting the policy.
The agenda, fine.
And so then we have to make sure that, you know, we tread the line. And that's why we have to gear towards manufacturing, right? So then, and let me say this, for persons who will be who are on the campaign trail, going down into the various constituencies, they need to be challenged as it relates to what vision they have for manufacturing. Ask them these questions.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Exactly. So when they come on campaigning, right, make that becomes a part of their mandate. Because they realize that during their campaign trail, right, this is what the masses are saying, which force them, you understand, to think in that line, right? And you know, it is very much important. Yes. Okay. I'm going to speak to another person here. Okay. Okay, Tara.
Turn on your device, Tara.
Turn on your device and speak, my lady. How are you? All right. I'm good. Good as well. Please speak your mind freely. And thank you for, you know, being here with us. Thank you.
And good night to your co-host, Mr. John, and the lovely people in the chat.
All right.
So, where should I start? Unfortunately, it is going to be a choice between that and evil.
Yes.
Unfortunately, whether we want to face it, yes or no. The caller that just spoke a while ago, that part is fresh in my head. The person who mentioned Damian Crawford. And I'm happy he brought that up as well, because to push that in now is going to open a whole Pandora's box. That is not needed at this time. I think he is a good person when it comes to certain policies, but that is not what is needed. No, because he is grounded on the education policy. These politicians don't want that. That's not something that they want to push, because as Mr. John pointed out, time after time we see the same attitude, we see the same tactics, we see the same trickery, because they are crafty and they manage to get away with it. No, it's because the people, and you spoke earlier about the education system, and you were given a percentage as to the people who are illiterate. I think Mr. John said 1 in 12. I am not
Yeah,
sure.
that's what he said.
Yes. And the other day I saw something that says 52% of those who recently left high school are unable to read properly.
That's right.
And I, as a teacher, if that figure is correct, then we already know that we are in trouble. Politicians are not going to push that, because remember when Crawford came out, that was the agenda I was pushing. A degree a household. And not even his whole did support him with that. No, the only way these politicians can keep getting away with this is to keep the people in that space where they are illiterate. Because if you push that and you elevate them, you're going to elevate their thinking. Their accountability is going to come to the fore. You understand me? Transparency is going to be paramount, and that is going to be a problem which they are not ready for, and they are not equipped to deal with either. So that is one thing that they are. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, Tara, I'm endorsing you. And people are endorsing you what you said. John Lennon likewise endorsing what you said. Go ahead.
100%.
So
Speak, Carl.
Is deliberate. As it relates to the people, he spoke about money for vote. I had a conversation with a few of my past students who said, Miss, you could have preached like Paul, who have the bigger money, which is unfortunate too. But they know they can't get away with it, because as it relates to plans that people have, we most have a myopic view of what they want. So if everything they think is long term, in the moment, what can I get? You don't find them holding politicians to something that is going to happen 3 years time, 5 years time. How you're going to see the country and how the education system is going to be situated. What's the standard that is going to be there? So my child, my grandchild, my great-grandchild is going to benefit from something that is worthwhile and is at a high standard that we can feel comfortable. Every day we get up and you hear them say the children are the future, but show me what they're doing to really and truly make sure that the future looks well. You understand? My daughter is 24, but I am worried for the grandchild that I don't have just yet, because it does not look promising. For the older people, they are used to a politics of diversion. So they dwell on the fact that their great-grandmother is labor rights, so that is what is in the family, and that's the tradition, and that's what we're going to stick to. Now we come forward to the millennials who have money, and they say money talk, and you know the rest. You understand? So we have that to contend with. So if you're on either side of the fence, we're in trouble either way you take it. Now, for those who spoke about Mr. Goldie, unfortunately, it seems as if the politics come down to a competition of Mr. and Mrs. Congeniality, like his Miss World keeping. You understand me? So even though somebody might have substance, and this side may seem as if it has its head on its body a little bit more than the other side, but who have the fashion and who have the greenest clocks are the most clocks are the cleanest clocks come out. You understand me? So it is a politics of performance. So when the silly season comes around, you have people who are so gullible. So even though they say this to you time and time again, or several times before, dangle a little sweets and they're in. And that's unfortunate. But Mr. John, I listened to you regarding the vote, but I hope you'll change your mind.
Tara, change your mind too, you know. I know you're alone.
Yes, and a question that I want to ask, because obviously you're a very intelligent man, well read, that is quite obvious, quite knowledgeable. And have you ever thought about showing your hat in the ring?
Yeah, I have actually. I was actually the spokesperson for education and energy in the UIC 2 years ago. More than 2 years ago, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me ask a follow-up question, John, with that. So what happened to that mission?
Yeah. I have more socialist ideologies, where he's 100% capitalist. So they just don't marry up. And as I said again, I'm not telling people not to vote. I'm telling people to vote for parliamentarian, the person who is delivering. No, vote for the person who's delivering. If nobody delivers, how can you can't expect somebody to vote for somebody who doesn't deliver. How can I don't understand how you'd ask anybody to do that.
Well, hold on, you know, Brother John, because you're just hoping a little can of worm here, you know, as it relates.
Anne-Marie, why Anne-Marie Grinisa? Anne-Marie, what do you? Anne-Marie, how do you for Anne-Marie? What's the matter? Why are you laughing so much?
I'm just laughing because you said the gentleman was more capitalistic in his views, and that's what Andrew is. So I'm just laughing, saying that you just crack a window.
So
you just crack a window there.
Okay. We are not going to drag you on that. We're just going to leave that alone. We're going to leave that alone. So Tara,
yes, my dear.
Any more items that you want to speak on?
No.
Okay.
Apart from encouraging the people in the chat,
yes,
to go out and vote, because we have a tendency to say, you know what, I'm not voting.
Yes.
My little vote not going to do anything. Every vote counts.
Every vote counts.
And that is how you're going to speak. That is how your voice is going to be heard when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. Because we can have pockets of people doing things, but we realize that it's not a concerted effort.
Yes.
Nonetheless, I must applaud people like you.
Thank you.
Jamaican Carlos and some others that we're not going to call the names tonight, that keeps the fire burning, as the rest of man would have said, keep the fire burning and really keeping us abreast of some of the things that are happening, and even taking the time to do thorough research and really come with your evidence. You understand me?
Yes.
So we don't have to wonder if you cook up these things in the kitchen while Mrs. Arden is there also cooking something else. So I really and truly do appreciate that. And I know that some of the things that would normally be swept under the rug, those people who are in social media land that do things like you, keep it.
Okay. I think we have lost Tara there. So, but we understand what Tara. Okay. Thank you very much, Tara, for that participation.
That's a wonderful call.
We really appreciate that.
That's excellent call.
Yes. You know, I mean, for me here, John, I have to write person. Yes. Okay. Okay, the calls are coming in, John.
Hello, good night.
Yeah, I wanted to contribute to your program.
Okay, thank you, Latsby. First, I must say thank you for your input. Right, we really appreciate that. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So now I'm listening and I welcome Dr. John and Byron.
Yes, thank you.
I hear your message. I noticed that you said vote, vote, vote. Notable, you did not say vote PMP. You said vote Mr. Golden. And my question to you, first of all, Byron, is if we vote Mr. Golden, what would you have? Your position is that Mr. Golden is a man of integrity, and he's the best option out there. So my question to you is, if we vote for Mr. Golden, what would you have in place, or what recommendation to hold his feet to the fire that he's going to deliver? Because we don't want to vote for vote the JLP out, and then, or say, right now, from what I'm hearing, most Jamaican, they don't want Andrew Onis anymore. They don't want JLP anymore, right? But if they're gonna vote JLP out and then they bring PMP in, is it gonna get worse? And are we gonna vote these people out and then the situation even get worse? So my question is, what would be put in place to hold the new administration in place, so things does not even get worse? Because really and truly, we want changes, and but a lot of people, and I can tell you right now, to take Mr. Golden across the finish line, the Jamaican people, they want to have some security that we're going to get rid of this guy. The situation is not going to get worse. So again, what would be your recommendation? Say vote Mr. Golden and ensure that we're going to hold his feet to the fire.
All right. Let me answer your question, Luxley.
Okay, all right. You can listen. I'm just gonna hang up and you can listen. Oh, you have
question
another?
also.
Okay.
Mr. A comment for Mr. Dr. John.
Okay. Go ahead, Dr. John is listening.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm here.
Okay. Yeah. So, Dr. John, I listened to you on other program, and I kind of know your position. Your position is you're no labor guy. You're not PMP. You're not JLP. You kind of the guy that delivers. You support the guy that delivers. And you know what? I want to think that you probably would be on the other side anyway. But if the other side will deliver, you will support the other guy. So I don't know. With permission of Byron, this is your show. Is there a third option? You know, because I heard you on the other program was talking about a third option. You know, because really and truly, even you stated this government needs to go, but who can we trust to do the job? So, what do you have in mind for a third option?
Okay, so you want us to answer your question now?
Sure, of course.
Okay.
Okay. Hang up and then you can listen to the response.
All right. Dr. John, you want to bite on that first?
Yes. At the moment, there isn't a third option, which is quite poor. That's why we're in the hole that we're in. We don't have a third option because we don't really have journalists, do we? So even if parties were out there trying to push a message forward, it'd be very difficult for them to get it out there. We need independent candidates as well. Going forward, it's tremendously difficult. As I said, as Trump, I'm going to use a Trumpism about cleaning the swamp. We have to clean the swamp. The only way to clean the swamp is with a new constitution. And if we do that, let the cards fall where they fall. It will mean, well, without a doubt, if we had a new constitution, I would have to come forward, wouldn't I? I haven't got a party, but I'd come forward as an independent. And I mean, many more people like me would come forward like that. And at least that would give us a platform to build on. You'd have decent people with the right ideas, not thinking about themselves. And then we come together and I'd say we need renewable energy. And they'll all say, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, we'll go forward with that. There won't be any fighting about what's good and bad. Everything that's good, we'd all push towards that. But what we 100%, well, it's not going to be 100%. Well, we get rid of the JLP, as this gentleman's saying. What's the PNP going to deliver? And that is the issue, isn't it? Yes, they're going to be less corrupt. Is that good enough for some people? That might be good enough for people like who live in towns and whatever. If you live up in Thompson Town, that means nothing. Corruption means nothing up there. In rural areas, it means nothing. You haven't got roads and you've never had a road. So, you know, that's all they want. They just want the simple little things they want. They want the children to go to school and be properly educated and know that they're going to have a future. We don't have that. And neither party are going to deliver that. They've never delivered it. As you were saying before I joined, and you talked about Michael Manley, I came over to Jamaica during Manley's time, and I remember having free education and things were better. Since then, things have gone downhill. Education's been ripped apart. And I'll say it again, I'm sorry to be boring, but when you don't have journalism, when you don't have human rights people with human rights advocates, this is what you get: a broken Jamaica, where you can have more than 50% of children leaving high school and can barely read and write. 2023 we live in. 2023, and we're having these discussions. We should never be having these discussions, Byron. The callers shouldn't be making these kind of calls. They should be talking about, you know, our problems with our tertiary education. That's what the problem would be. You know that we don't have early learning in Jamaica. You know that. Yeah. Only people with money have early learning. We're doomed. Somebody wrote, the future is scary. They don't understand how scary it is. After that COVID malarkey and the loss of education, 3 years of it, you know, where children weren't educated. My God, can you think the future is dismal if we don't turn this ship around now? And that's all I'll say. Yeah, you can vote for PNP. They're not going to turn it around because the things I've been talking about, that we need, we're not going to get. We're not going to deliver them.
Okay.
Have you ever heard Mark Golding say we're going to have manufacturing? No, we're going to be stuck in the service industry. That's what we're going to be stuck in. And if you're stuck in the service industry, you can't have education because you're not going to get the money to fund it.
Okay.
We're in a monumental hole. We're in a monumental hole. I don't have the answers. I never pretended I have the answers.
All right.
But I will say this though to people who are out there saying, why don't I do something? Yeah, if things change, then obviously I'll have to put my foot forward and stand. Because I love Jamaica. That's why I'm here. I want things to change, but I can't do it on my own. I have to find, there's got to be a way to get things done, but it's just 9 and 9 impossible. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Very frustrating.
Okay, I want to answer the caller as it relates to because when the caller is asking, right, for reasons to satisfy him, right, to vote for the People's National Party, as it relates to the people moving away from the Jamaica Labour Party, as it relates to the apparent corruption. What can we tell those, right, to convince them to vote for the People's National Party? All right. Let me speak in pertaining to Mark, right, Golding. Mark Golding history as it relates to performance in the private sector, right, and being successful, right, when he was in the private sector. So we look on that as it relates to his experiences of success that he had garnered when he was in the private sector. I don't see anything preventing Mark Golding from carrying that in the public sector. So this man has an experience as it relates to the level of success that he had attained. So that is one reason. Now, when you look on Mark Golding fighting or educating us that we need to stand on the side of the Integrity Commission as it relates to the rails of checks and balance on the government. When you see the current government want to eliminate the Integrity Commission, because that's exactly what they want to do, right? Eliminate the Integrity Commission, right? And Mark Golding is defending the Integrity Commission, shows you where his principle lies. Now, let us move further than that. Apart from Mark Golding defending the Integrity Commission, the Integrity Commission to be there to create checks and balance and to investigate wrongdoing from as within the government, right, as it relates to the procurement procedures and so forth, tells you the mindset of Mark Golding. Let us move further than that. The fact of the matter that Mark Golding not only speak as it relates to going against corruption, but he had put a foot forward in drafting an impeachment bill. Tells you know something about Mark Golding. That Mark Golding government moving forward will ensure that corrupted politicians, as opposed to waiting on an election process to get rid of that politician, we can use an impeachment clause, right, to get rid of that politician, right? We don't have to wait, right, to vote him out, right? So Mark Golding is saying, right, under his potential governance, right, checks and balance. Now, when we talk about, I cannot judge Mark Golding as it relates to, right, him not being the government and policy initiative as it relates to manufacturing, right? Because I know that Mark Golding, right, would have understood, right, the economic barriers, right, and what causes, right, certain you know, stagnation in our economy as it relates to someone put up IMF, World Bank, and some of those policies that we have to continue to adhere to. So I don't want people to have the idea, say, okay, all right, Mark Golding can just get into power and just not follow certain contractual agreement that was already made with the IMF. So we must be fair in certain regards, right? That what we want to see, and as people, right? And Dr. John said it best. As people, we are here, and I see someone put up into the chat that people can make the changes. As a Jamaican people, right? And you have people who are doing the campaigning now, and you have these members of parliament come down into your constituency, right? And you hear John Lennon speaking about manufacturing. You hear Mystic Sensation speaking about manufacturing. You know very well, based on you come on this program, that the service industry not working. John explained why it is not working, right? And we are getting most of our foreign earners from remittance. And so then what John and I is shaping here is to say that manufacturing is the way to go. The more we produce, the more we export, right? And do less importation. That is what is going to grow, right? The economy, right? We do not believe in service industry. So all these things, you have to ensure that when the politician come down for their campaigning, right? We need to give them our mandate. We need to force them towards a mandate saying, okay, all right, these are the things that we want. So when a particular member of parliament, if he's representing Southeast St. Andrew, put it for argument's sake, majority of those people need to get together, right? What are the things we need that is going to show us, right, upward mobility, right? What that is going to make us moving forward. What are the things we need? So if you have 300, just for argument's sake, in a particular constituency, and the political leaders coming through to campaign, we need to give them what we want. We shouldn't allow them to dictate the space. When they come down, they just keep their meeting and we're blah, blah, blah. What do we want? Right? What about having lands, owning land? Right? Because that is the beginning of wealth, you know. When you own land, you know. Right? How can that politician deal with the encouragement of that constituency for persons who need to register their land? These are things that you need to have that and make a politician know, so listen me, if you can't come forward with that, then you're not going to get my vote. You agree with me, John?
100%. But well, who's going to guarantee you that?
Exactly. So we the people need to give the politician our mandate. These are the things what we want. All right. But
need, not want, Byron, what need? Need, not want.
Yeah, and you're right, because I need.
We need these things, not want.
We need it, not want. So thank you for the correction. We need it. Right? So when you have the members of parliament coming down campaigning, right? I know that majority of Jamaica, a large majority, let me say that, rephrase that, a large majority of Jamaican need their lands, need lands to register, right? And becomes owner and so forth, right? What are you doing? Move collectively. These are the things that you need to do. Move collectively and say, listen to me, you will not get my vote if this cannot be done. And if every Jamaican hold this, right, and where they're going to be giving the politician their mandate, right, you will have to see progress.
Byron, let me can I butt in here? Can I just come in here, please? Do you remember when I first came on your program 2-3 weeks ago, what I spoke about? Remember I mentioned the diaspora bond? Well, it started with that, the diaspora bond. See, if we do something like that, we have actually removed the politicians from this argument. The diaspora bond, see, if we can create something where it's free from parliamentarians, we can build on that. As I said, if we had a diaspora bond, which would mean that we created a company, a renewable energy company, that was in control of public utilities, energy for the public utilities, recycling and waste to energy, we'd be separate, no interference from the government, zero interference from the government. That would mean that we would have our mandate to do with this investment as we please. That would be something for the people to build on, for people to think, hang on, these guys over here, they're doing something good. Why don't they form a party, whatever? At least we'd have a platform. We need a platform to build on. We haven't got one. No third party is going to turn up. I mean, I've tried looking around and it's dismal. That's my opinion. It's dismal at what's out there. If we could build something and the people can see something, because Jamaicans need something tangible. They're fed up of the talk. They've heard a lot of talk. We're going to deliver that. We're going to deliver this and that and whatever. But I said, having a company like that, run by, I'll use the term run, me, you, and good people, the right people, 100% transparent, 100%. Everything online, everybody's wage, everything, everybody can see. Oops, sorry, 1 second.
Yes. So it is a wonderful. Okay, John is back.
Yeah. So that would be something we can build on. There you could think there's a foundation for a new party to rise from. But we got to do something different. And that's why I came on your first show and I talk about this diaspora bond. It can be done because, yes, because if we allow the JLP and PMP to put renewable energy into the hands of the Europeans, when I say Europeans, crudely speaking, the white man then, and the Chinese, the next generation are going to spit on our graves, not on mine, because they'll hear me on this platform, but they'll spit on everybody else's grave and thinking, why didn't you listen to him? We cannot allow, because this is what is happening throughout the world. It's throughout Africa. The Chinese and the Europeans are putting in all the renewable energy infrastructure. It's ludicrous. The sun shines, the wind free, the wind blows free, and just because they say they have the money, they can make money. We have the money. We can own the infrastructure. Why should they own the infrastructure? These are simple things that we see somehow refuse, somehow our black brains don't register that we can own things. We're so conditioned that we just don't believe we can own anything. And if we do own something, they think it's going to get corrupt. Straight away, the first thing when I started talking about this, well, who's going to do this and who's going to do that? Somebody be taking money. What the first thing? Nobody said that's a good idea. One of the first things I heard, apart from you, was that, it'll be tainted somehow. That is how mentally corrupt we are. That's how mentally corrupt. We're always thinking of something for an individual.
Yes.
If we don't do something like this diaspora bond, or, as I said before, the Constitution, things aren't going to change. Yeah, you say again, the PMP, be less corruption. Children still won't be going to school and there'll be no future. We need to push two things, Byron. With this thing about, I said, form this diaspora bond that we will own the renewable energy industry in Jamaica. The government, both JLP and PMP, want to put it in into the private sector hand, i.e. the white man's hand. as usual. Right now, they're taking schools off the grid. A Canadian company's doing it. Huh? A Canadian company. You've seen that WEF video. School coming off the grid in America. Yes. One school putting a solar, and the district in Arkansas was in the black, it was in the red for $250,000. And 3 years later, they're in the black for 1.8. So they've made over 2 million US in 3 years. 3 years. And look on all the schools that we have, on all that land. And what do we have? JPS. Sure.
Yes, and John, this is a situation that, because I can see that you are heavily, fed up of the situation, and really and truly, we have to find some ways and means, right, to, pull ourselves out of the economic turmoil, because this is what we are in. We are in an economic turmoil, right? But let me just go through the chat. Byron, you have the okay. Let me see what Benjamin is saying there. Byron, you have the power for this third option. Byron, let's stop back these agents of our people oppression. Right? John, right, is actually saying what you are saying, that we have to take up the mission in our own hands, right? Speaking as it relates to the diaspora ban, right? But we have a situation at hand, John, and we are now have to utilize every means that is going to get us out of this economic turmoil, right? But as it is, we are now saying to the people, John, that we need to definitely, right, turn our back on this current government, because we can't take another 5 years of this government. Just can't take it. It's too much, John. It's too much. And if people all over to speak the truth, if people were genuinely speaking the truth, the Jamaica Labour Party wouldn't get one single vote.
But they do.
Huh?
But everybody knows they don't speak the truth.
Well, John, you have to.
But everybody knows that. They just vote.
Right.
Because the people who know they don't speak the truth, they don't vote for them. They just have the people who they pay, and they're hangers on.
Well, it leaves us with a situation like this to continue into in the economic turmoil that we are in.
Yeah, because we don't have education, and the people are ignorant, and we don't have journalists. We're in a hole, Byron. I keep telling you, we're in a hole, and we're not going to come out of it. Because the things that we need, we're never going to get. It doesn't matter who's in power. These two parties, we're going to stay in the same quagmire. We're going to be in a quagmire. You're talking about asking people to vote for a lesser of two evils. I've just said, here are some options. You can talk about that, but why don't you decide, okay, then, things are going to be bad, admittedly. You must admit that things aren't going to be brilliant under the PNP. I'm not going to use the word better. It'll be less worse. What I just said about us having a platform to build a third party, surely that needs to be pushed, because that's the only way we're going to succeed. We're not going to succeed under either under the JLP or PNP. Mark Golding was party to writing the IMF agreement. When they signed it up, he overlooked it. He was there. Remember, he's a lawyer. He overlooked the writing of the IMF agreement and agreed to these terms of the most austere programs known to man in Jamaica. In 2015, it was written about the austerity in Jamaica. That was under the PNP. The worst austerity on the planet. The over 40% of our budget used to service debt. 40%.
Well, the big issue here, John, the big problem that
is the JLP and the PNP.
Hold on, let me say this. The big problem that seems to, battling with the JLP and the PNP, right, is the issue of manufacturing. Look at
right.
The biggest problem we have. So let us, in spite of we taking loans, because remember, John, and let me remind that it is not only Jamaica alone that take loans from the IMF, World Bank. Majority of the Caribbean countries do that. Majority of the Caribbean countries, right, do that. All of the Caribbean countries that I know in the Caribbean take loans from the IMF. So, and there are certain guidelines as it relates to those loans. So Jamaica is not unique in terms of taking loans from the IMF, World Bank, and so forth, where they get the loans from. Because if not all Caribbean countries, they have done that. But the fact of the matter is their system of politics, John. Their system of politics. Right? Because when you look in terms of comparison with a Jamaica and a Barbados, right? Where Jamaica have more resources than a Barbados. Barbados also took loans from IMF. If you Google it, you will see it.
Oh, I know that.
All right. Barbados also took loan from the Chinese. We have roughly about 10 other countries in the Caribbean that took loans from Chinese. So let us not talk about the loans and blah, blah, blah. Because those countries in the Caribbean that took the loans, they were able to service their debt efficiently as a result of the system of their politics.
Yeah.
Politics. Yeah. So then we're not going to fool ourselves to say, okay, all right, we are taking these loans and we are being suppressed by this and suppressed by that. Right? We know that the entire IMF was created after World War II, right, to facilitate countries who needed the help. That was the purpose and the mission for the International Monetary Fund. That's how they were formed after World War II. So then we are saying that it is not about we taking loan and indebted to the IMF and blah, blah, blah. Nothing wrong in taking these loans. So let me send that out there. What is wrong is our system of politics and the corrupted ways and the politicians who lack the cranium or the skills to be innovative and creative, utilizing policies as it relates to us driving into the direction of manufacturing. That is our fundamental problem. You are talking about manufacturing, you're talking about renewable energy. John, you're 110% right. So this is what we are saying, that the issue of manufacturing in comparison to other countries who are taking their loans from the IMF, taking their loans from China, and able to see economic success. Because we can Barbados. They took loans from China, they took loans from IMF, and they strive themselves, right, utilizing the loans in a very effective way. So there is nothing wrong in terms of the PNP going to IMF, right, and taking loans. The utilization, the system of politics, and the corruption, you understand, that precede that pull down every success as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party. That is the truth. And that is the true history that we'll hear tonight. Right? The history can show you that every progress that made, right, Because look on the People's National Party, John. Let me give you the history. Let me get down into the history. When you look on the People's National Party, John, right? Utilizing certain policies, right, for people where we have wage freeze, right, and people make the fundamental sacrifice and paying back certain debt. Now we have seen now GLP, now it's bragging on it, right, and not speaking the truth. And so then it is those policies that were formulated by the People's National Party, you understand, that stay on what we call fiscal discipline, right? For people to stay on wage freeze for roughly about 10 years to drive down our debt per GDP ratio. And the PNP had successfully done that. But what the Jamaica Labour Party had done, corruption after corruption, and erode every success. So I am here on my platform. I know the history. I have the truth. And I am telling the people, vote People's National.
All right. I've got to say that, Pete, when I talk about the IMF make agreements. It's not that you borrowing money from them, because I was quite shocked, actually. The amount of money that Jamaica owes the IMF is quite low. Can't remember it off the top of my head. But I was gobsmacked.
I think over 760 million. Last time I checked, I think it's over 760 million dollars.
What? Pardon me?
760 million. Quickly Google it.
Yeah, probably like that. That's right. It's less than probably $1 billion, something like that.
I think it was 760 million or something like that.
Well, okay then. Yeah, but the overall bill debt at the moment sits at about 14 billion.
Yeah.
So yeah. So it's what's that?
Including the China loan and everything.
No, yes, I'm talking about the entire debt of Jamaica is something about 14 billion.
Yeah,
and the IMF part of that is less than 10%.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's tiny, but somehow, I don't know how they wrangle it, that they have this power. I have no idea how they have this power. But it's not that we owe the IMF. The IMF is a small, the amount that we owe the IMF is small compared to what even that we owe.
Person to what we owe to China.
No, what we owe to China is small.
Yeah.
That's small as well. That's smaller than the IMF loan, from what I know.
No,
what we even from what
is more than the IMF.
Hmm?
The Chinese loan is more than the IMF.
Well, the point is, the IMF loan isn't what we think. People think that we owe all this money to the IMF. That is not true. Yeah. What it is that the IMF and the World Bank, they seem to be negotiators of some kind to screw over poor, indebted countries. That's what they do, to keep the West rich and being able to steal and continue as they do.
All right.
I mean, look at it. Look at what happened in COVID. Here's a great example for people. Look at what happened in COVID. In COVID, right? The Americans printed money, didn't they? The Canadians printed money. The Europeans euros, they printed euros. The English printed pounds, right? That's what they did.
Economy.
Pardon?
That's more like paper economy.
Yes, they just printed and printed and printed to pay, right? Yeah. When you print money, your inflation is supposed to go up, and your currency is supposed to depreciate. However, strangely enough, Jamaica and none of our African brothers and sisters, we didn't print a dollar. And somehow our currencies crashed. It's the damnedest thing I've ever known. We don't print money, and yet our currencies fail against the ones that printed money.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, you stomped on that. People, listen to what I just said. We're in a system that is corrupt to the hilt. Not about the JLP and PNP. We have a system that keeps our nations down. And if we don't find a way to break out, like they started in Africa, some of them, they've had their coups. And of course, because they've had a coup, they're talking about, democracy, rare. Just to disparage these people who are fighting against oppression. How can our currency depreciate against the currency that's worth nothing? Then they're printing money backed on nothing, and we don't print. As I'll say it again, we have to find a way that we get away from JLP and PNP. Two ways. We can have this diaspora bond, form a company, and then we'll go to the JLP and PNP and tell them this is what we're doing. Because the people are going to back us, remember, because we're going to tell them all of the great things this company is going to deliver for them. Manufacturing, education, street bloody life, so we don't die on the roads anymore. Simple things like that. No more, less predial larceny, because our country roads will be lit up, so a man can't just drive around in his pro box and thief up man's goat at night time. That ain't going to be happening no more on this watch. These are the things that we're going to deliver. You're going to tell me that people ain't going to gravitate to a message like that? That is what we need to be talking about. Well, that's what we need to be talking about, Byron, as an alternative. Right, you might be saying in the short term, but let's have a long-term plan. Let's have a long-term plan to say that you know that the PNP ain't going to deliver everything, but here is another plan. We have to have a third party. So people, yeah, get rid of JLP, but here is what we're going to be doing in the background now. We have to be making sure that we have to get a constitution written by us. And at the same time, if that ain't going to happen, we have this alternative. We go down this renewable energy company owned by the diaspora, because then we will have a platform. Yes. We will have a foundation to build a third party on to take Jamaica to where it should be. Yeah. Simple as that. It can't be done. If you're thinking we can build on JLP and PNP, then I think Anne-Marie divorcing now. And yeah, we think we can build Jamaica. You can put that in the shade, yes. Anne-Marie divorcing. And ask him tonight when you're in bed, say, honey, you really think so? We can build on the JLP and PNP? Ask him. And anyhow he said, yes, Anne-Marie, start looking on Tinder or whichever one.
But John, you know, I have to speak the truth though, as it relates to, right? Because we don't want to give the opinion, right? As it relates to, okay, all right, these loans that we had, you know, gotten from the IMF, right? And as I spoke about the system of our politics, because the truth be told, John, other Caribbean countries, our Caribbean neighbors, right, had utilized the very same method in terms of those loans from all of those lending agencies that we took loan from, whether it is the IMF.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, we know that.
Exactly, and they survive if their economy, right, is, you know, in an advance, in a better stage than us.
Yeah, right? because I'm got the JLP or the PNP. You can't blame that only on the JLP. Come on, Byron. Don't blame that solely on the JLP. Come on, man.
No. Hold on, John. Hold on, John.
I'm not a fan of either party, you know that. But I'm not going to agree with you just thinking that the PNP have nothing to do with our predicament. I'm not having that, Byron.
But John, I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry.
If you can witness that, I didn't say that. That it is the JLP only fault. We remember that we have the People's National Party spend the longest, right, time in power. Right, so I did not say that, okay, it is the JLP alone to blame, right? But what I am saying that the effort as it relates to we taking loans, right, and processing those loans and stay on fiscal discipline, right, on those loans, right, done by the PNP in a way where we are seeing where the GDP per ratio, right, had reduced.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
Oh, you mean it didn't, John?
I just told you. They paid 40% when they started up 40% of our budget. 40% of our budget. And let me tell you, Byron, don't go around talking about debt to GDP ratio and GDP. It's just crap. Explain, okay, explain to your listeners what the GDP is. Go on, explain it to your listeners what the GDP is.
Well, look.
No. You're talking about the debt to GDP ratio. That means you must know what you're talking about the GDP. Explain to the people what the GDP is.
Well, all right. The amount of goods that we produce, right? And you know, and all of that. Now, when it comes to
that's the explanation.
Yeah,
that's the explanation.
No. But John, the thing is, you know, John, we understand that, okay, under physical discipline as it relates to what we had to do, right, to stay on that part, as it relates to less borrowing, right, and produce more, right? I mean, we had somewhat having problems as it relates to that issue. And we were discussing manufacturing. We are not producing as much.
Right.
We are not producing as much. And so then that becomes a real problem, right? For both GLP and PNP. So we understand what you're saying, enough. We understand what you're saying.
No, but I'm asking you about the GDP.
Huh?
I'm still wanting to hear about this GDP and GDP ratio and how the PNP is better and what the GDP ratio is. I'm very interested to know what the GDP is. I'll tell you what it is. It's again Western bullshit. It means nothing, mate. The GDP absolutely means nothing. It's just garbage. It really is garbage. All these things that they taught in economics, you need to just throw it away. It really means nothing. I'm a scientist, so I know what science is based on. Economics is just made up. It just make any sense whatsoever. So I'll give you a great example. When during COVID, we had no tourism. So why didn't the Jamaican economy just crash? It didn't crash, did it? The GDP went down by 2 billion. Not even 2, just 2 billion. And thinking, well, how? It's supposed to be built on tourism. It don't make no sense, Byron. Again, we don't get $1. We don't get $1 from bauxite, and yet bauxite's built into GDP. How? When it doesn't benefit us, why is it into our GDP? You have all these things built into GDP. It's just numbers made up for the West, for them to screw us over. Just like how they call us a developing country and bullshit like that. Don't buy into it, mate. Don't buy into that stuff. Don't go repeating it. It's just absolute rubbish. A debt to GDP ratio. I mean, what is that? A ratio? When you go to the bank to borrow money, he ain't asking you about your ratio. He ain't asking about your ratio. He asks you, can you pay the money back? Simple as that. Do you earn enough to pay back that loan? It's simple as that. That's what it should be. But no, they have these dodgy debt to GDP ratio, and they use that to penalize us so they can charge us incredible interest rates. Our debt per person, right? Jamaica is about, last time I looked, it's in the ballpark of 5,000 and change US, right? Yeah. Okay. The French debt, they owe nearly 50,000 US per person. The Japanese owe over 100,000 US per person. Now, if you're a betting man, which country would you think can come out of their debt problem? The one where the people owe 5,000 or the one that owes 100,000? Who would you lend your money to? I would be lending my money to. Pardon?
5,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There you go. The place is broken. It is completely broken. So we can't go around using Western terminology to think that anything's been done. You're 100% correct. As we were saying, we need to have a better economy. Yeah. We need to be telling people we must have a better economy. How can we deliver that? If we can deliver a better economy, we can deliver better education, which means that our trajectory in going forward for a better economy has now really, it's gone up, as you can see in China. That's what we need to be talking about. And I'll get boring again. A step towards that is having this diaspora created renewable energy company. Because when we go to the government and say we are creating this entity, then we're going to find, the people are going to find out, because they're going to be backing us, remember? And when they say, no, you can't do it, then all hell will, let's see all hell break loose.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
So the mission that we are here is galvanizing the diaspora.
Please do, yes. Let's have an idea. Come back, and let me come back next week or the week after, and we decide, yeah, this is the way forward. Yeah. Let's deal with all your people thinking, you heard us talking. Lennon says we can do this. I'm saying vote for the PMP. But at the end of the day, we need to have solid solutions. Everybody put their solutions up there. Education, whatever. I can give you a solution for education right now. A simple solution. We don't have any bloody teachers in the country. Well, why is it a simple thing we can do? If chemistry is taught at 9 o'clock in one school where they have a great teacher, why don't you just beam that to all the schools? Why don't you just do that? Then they're all educated by the one great teacher. Simple ideas like that. They'll have a teacher in this classroom, so when it's finished, they can ask questions and stuff like that. There are easy solutions out there. Yes. But when you don't have governance, and then you have the head of your civil servants who are just dunce and don't care and just steal your money, like what's the name, like Grace McLean, who's walked off with 124 million, we're in a deep hole. So yeah, Byron, let's have a program next week or the week after where now you'll tell your people this is the idea. Let's come down, we'll all write down solutions, what we can do going forward. I live here, Byron, I'm sick of it, mate.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it.
John. I can see the frustration.
I need solutions. I don't need people telling me, oh, let's vote block. Because I know what's going to happen. And I've seen people in here have said the same thing. I've seen some people saying vote, and some people thinking, no, that they're not going to vote for a lesser of two evils. We're in a horrible hole. We're in a horrible hole. I shouldn't be talking like this about democracy. We should all go out and vote. You know how broken the system is when people are not voting. When people are not voting, you're really broken.
John.
Byron.
Just said, really, no, I mean, you're right, you know. John, don't think that I am going contrary as it relates to what you said, right? You're 100% right, sir. Right? And if you have to come here on a weekly basis, be consistent, beating the drum, because that is how we are going to, right, create that culture, right, for moving in terms of that direction, right? But, you know, for now, John, right, and as you said, right, people, we have to get rid of this government. But in the meantime, we're going to utilize, right, to, you know, gather ourselves, right, in a way to find solutions. Because we come here, John, and we talk. Talking is not doing anything, and people are fed up of the talking, John.
I agree.
People are absolutely fed up of the talking, because we come on social media and we talk this and we talk that and we do this and we do that. It is time, as it relates to what can we do, right? Let us galvanize around these ideas, right? Share out these ideas, right? And see how people, you know, come on board with these ideas, and right. And then, of course, if we, the people, strengthening that regards, then it becomes a formidable force to reckon with. And then it forces the politics in our direction. And, you know, I love this idea, John, that, of course, right, we come on a weekly basis, right, continue to beat the drum, right, and we will build it. I believe that we can do it. I believe we can.
It can be done. It can be done. We just don't have. We need leadership.
Yeah.
We need leadership. We need, we need a strong voice out there, somebody people listen to. Let me just say something here. Somebody called HB Love, they made this comment. He says, the reason why the dollar devalued while other countries' value stable is because other companies, that's like countries, it might mean, gave out more stimulus. That means more of their money in circulation. You see, this is what I mean, Byron. That means, it means not, let's call out HB Love so that person can come and explain, just explain this to me. They need to explain it to me. Because I'm telling you, our value, there's no reason for our, because it's an economic rule. An economic rule is that if you print money, your money devalues. Full stop.
Yes.
Automatically. That's right. Full stop. Yeah, you must. That's right. No, that's it. Full stop.
None too we about. From once you print money, your money going to devalue.
Thank you. And see, this is a problem we have in Jamaica. When you have somebody talking, somebody somewhere just thinks, I've just got to find some reason to say that is wrong. That's why we can't move forward after time. Byron, you know, many discussions I've been talking about and I've talked about renewable energy and it could, improve education, and the amount of kickbacks I've had about it. And I'm thinking, I just don't think people are listening to me. They seem to always find a problem with a simple idea. And I say to them, look, would you live in $1 million house and pay $250,000 for rent every year?
Yes.
They say no. And I'm thinking, well, this is what we're doing when it comes to JPS and, keeping our schools on the grid. And yet they'll still find some problem with that. But we have, us black people, I'm telling you, we got this slave mentality in here. We can't get out of it. It's a damnedest thing. And it's infuriating. Bloody infuriating.
Yeah. It's but we can't give up, John. We can't give up. So of course, we are looking forward, right, for you to be consistently here, beating the drum. And
I'm game.
All right. I've been trying to get some of the politicians on the program, John, but
yeah,
I don't know if they are scared. Don't know if they are scared to come on to answer questions like what we have and want to ask them, right? Because I
need Byron, need, not want. It's a need.
Yeah, all right, it's need. No, you're right, right? Because we need it.
Yeah, we need the answer. We need the answer.
It's a need. You're right.
Yeah, we need the answers.
Exactly. So I'm still trying though, John. Right?
Yeah, good.
To bridge that gap where I have some, members of parliament, right, come on to answer some of the questions. The people would like to hear from them, particularly those persons who are on the campaign trail, right? Because, of course, and you're going to be here quite a lot, John.
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
So, of course, we love you here because the wealth of knowledge that we gathered tonight was a blessing night, right? Because, of course, we all learn, right? And the chat room, quite interactive, right? So, John, yes, once again, we are happy to have you, right? We are in the process of wrapping up now. Unfortunately, we are not going to have Jeopardy because we long overdue. We go beyond.
Lord, sorry, Anne-Marie, sorry. I backed up your program, man. Sorry.
No, but I tell you something, and Jeopardy people, they will understand. they will understand,
No,
because
absolutely.
what we had, we wanted was to have Big Stone here, and in the final moment, he was saying that we need to correct some things, right? And then that becomes an issue, right? Because my program is my program, John.
100% agree.
My program is my program. So at the end of the day, that's it. Freedom, John. People will question what they don't understand, and they are afraid of change. They are the late adopters, but will jump on when they see the people doing it. And John, most of the people over here, they love you, John. They endorse you, right? So they're a family over here, John, right? They're a family. All right. So, folks, I think we come to the end of our program, and I want to say, John, thank you for extended time.
It's a pleasure.
Right,
It's a pleasure.
John, we're looking forward again to have you, Dr. John. Right?
I'm looking forward to coming back.
A wealth of knowledge, right? And of course, man with the ideas, right? And yes, we are following your lead, John, right? Of course. So thank you to share a wealth of knowledge with us, right? All right. So that is it for us, folks. And to all my subscribers and people who pass through, sorry that the program sort of, sort of jerk a bit, but it is what it is. So for next week, Friday, we'll be having a more and better organized program. But this Friday, of course, with Dr. John Lennon, we learn a lot, and we will be moving forward, right? Trying to galvanize around the ideas, right? Challenging ourselves, right? And doing what needs to be done to get our people out of this economic turmoil that we are in.
Right? It's a two-way thing, Byron. But we're both learning. We're all learning.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're all learning. We're all learning. Yeah, if you don't learn, then you're in a sorry position.
Yes, Mixing said, Byron, this is a great initiative. Trust me. I think when we have Brother John in our column, it cannot be wrong. All right.
Thank you, bro.
Lennon, thank you, sir. We really appreciate
Thank you. Blessing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good night, people. Night. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
And a wonderful weekend.
All right. Thank you.
You too, Barry. Thank you.
John.
Yep.
All right. So, folks, there you have it. Dr. John Lennon, humanitarian, powerful, right? Delivery and man on mission. Someone who is passionate about his country, passionate about his Jamaican brothers and sisters, and wanting to see us progress. And some of the things that John spoke about, if not all of the things that John spoke about as it relates to renewable energy, government needs to think and focus as it relates to manufacturing, because that is the primary problem that we have, right? The country, right, seems to be, a service, industry, and we're not moving, we're not focusing on manufacturing. We can't tax, the government cannot continue to tax the people, right, out of debt. That just cannot work. It's going to create chaos. We have to find ways and means. And the ideas that John has are solid ideas. It's just for them to address it. Andrew Fisher, the government is able to take liberty because of the relaxed nature of the people these days. That is no joke, Andrew. Right? Andrew, come on, you have members of parliament coming down campaigning, and the people are not venting their issues, their real issues. So many people, right, in so many areas have bad roads for years upon years and still voting, still being diverted. So what Dr. John Lennon is talking about, road in those areas. I mean, come on. The roads, when we're talking about roads, those are the engine block to build a firm economy. Right? And we have situations like that where we are not getting the representation that we ought to get, and we continue voting for these people, and right, it becomes a culture. They're used to it. They use their money, they use their power, right? So when you have an Andrew Wilness can said, him can turn it up whenever I want to turn it up and turn it down whenever I want to turn it down. It's so sad that Andrew Wilness can say a thing like that, right? And not depending on performance, right? That he is not depending on performance, but he can turn it up and turn it down, right? It is really sad. So, my subscribers, Ganjamena, the hand cart man under Andrew pressure. All right, so that is it for us tonight, folks. Once again, my subscribers, thank you for passing through. We are the channel, as I said, people that is going to speak out against corruption, right? And of course, we are asking the people to go out, please vote, right, for the People's National Party who want to see the back of the Jamaica Labour Party. And I'm not going to hesitate in saying it. All right, so that is where this platform stands, and we stand resolute in what we are doing. All right, Daniel Taylor, Jamaica can be the first country in the world to have a crime-free environment. But first, get rid of all corrupted politicians and see the difference between a safe Jamaica and a violent Jamaica. 110% agree with you, Daniel. Right? Need to get rid of the corruption, man. Need to get rid of the corruption. Right? Need to get rid of the corruption. We want to see the back of this government like last year, from last year. All right. Okay, so that's it.
Welcome, Handy. Happy Friday. Oh, it's said good morning. I'm late, so happy Saturday. Okay, so again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry about Jeopardy, but you can see the conversation was very in-depth and enlightening. So I'm gonna say good night, and again, thank you to everyone who tuned in. We know you could have been doing something else on your Friday night. Now going into Saturday morning for some, and you chose to be with us, and we do not take that for granted. So thank you. And I am going to wish everyone a wonderful and restive rest of your weekend and a wonderful and productive week to come. And until next week, safe travel on the gravel.
And let me say this for people, right, who don't deal with their registration to vote, make sure that you registered, right, to vote when that time comes, right? Please, right? I'm encouraging you to go out and participate in the process. Thank you once again.
Okay, again, safe travel on the gravel until next week. Good night and love you all. Thank you so much.